It represents a 2.28% increase over the current year budget. The chart on the left shows the total budget broken out in the state-required three-part budget format. And the graphic on the right shows the proportion that those three components make up of the total budget. You can see the largest proportion, almost 77%, is related to the program component, and that's where all of the instructional program costs reside. The administration portion of the budget contains costs for building and departmental administrators, as well as contractual expenditures for legal, insurance, mailing, and other centralized services. And that accounts for about 9.6% of the budget. The remaining portion is the capital component at about 13.9%. It contains all of the expenses for our custodial and maintenance area, as well as our security, our debt service, and capital projects that are run through the budget. Here we have the proposed tax levy for the district. The budget carries a tax levy increase of 1.98%, which is approximately $675,000 under the tax cap. The district's allowable tax cap is 2.31%, and you may recall that we were originally predicting that our actual tax levy increase would be right at that cap. However, due to the additional state and federal funding we received, we were able to bring the tax levy down so that it's $675,000 under where we had thought. And if you look at the chart on the right, you can see that it illustrates our continuing trend of coming in under the tax cap, the allowable tax cap. Although we are under the tax cap, we're still able to continue to support important elements in the budget. The first is the continuation of all of our cleaning and disinfecting protocols that help keep our learning environment safer for our students and our staff. The budget preserves all of our existing programs and services for students, as well as providing some programmatic enhancements such as the ICT teacher in the high school and the additional social worker to provide social and emotional support for our students. We continue to invest in instructional technology to support both in-person instruction and remote if necessary next year. The budget also provides fiscal stability to optimize our response to changing circumstances, and we saw how important it was this year in terms of our reopening. The budget also contains allocations to ensure the continued support and maintenance of our equipment and our facilities. Most specifically, we plan to do the pool ventilation system at the high school. We plan to do masonry and roof work at the high school and at Southwoods, and then we have a district-wide masonry projects. Revenue is the other side to the budget, essentially. It's how we pay and how we fund for all of the programs and services that are included in the budget. The right-hand part of that chart shows our revenue sources for 21-22 next to what our sources for the current year. One of the most significant changes for this year, which is the first line of the chart on the right, is state aid. You can see that state aid increased by about $2.2 million. And the pie chart on the left shows the proportion of all of those different sources of revenue, the proportion to the total budget. And you can see that the tax levy at 84% is the largest source of the district's revenue. Going back to state aid, you can see that state aid accounts for 7.9% of the district's budget. In comparison to last year, state aid was at 7.25%. Oh, that's okay. In addition to state aid, the district received additional federal aid as part of the American Rescue Plan funds and the Coronavirus Relief Acts. And the district proposes to use that additional revenue for three main purposes. The first is to support instructional programs and services. I already mentioned the ICT position. We also have additional FTEs for the secondary schools for increased enrollment in specific classes. The second purpose of the funds was to reduce the budget and the tax levy. And we accomplished this by moving some of the one-time expenses related to the pandemic from the budget to these one-time sources of revenue. We moved out some of the co-pilot teachers out of the budget and plans to charge to the grant, as well as the robust summer school that we originally had in the budget. As I stated previously, before these adjustments, we were planning on being right at the cap, so this additional aid allowed us to come in below the cap. The third use of the additional funds was to strengthen the district's financial position and to support future levy stabilization. And this was accomplished by reducing the appropriation of fund balance, which enables us to shore up our reserves for subsequent years. This is just a little more detail. This slide shows reserves. For the last 10 years or so, the district has used its reserves to help support the budget. Most recently, we've funded our capital projects through use of appropriated fund balance. If you look at the chart, the first box on the right-hand side, you can see the amounts that we're planning on appropriating for capital project, about 1.8 million. We're returning about 10% of the transfer to capital from 18-19 and recycling it back into projects for next year. Then we have a general appropriation amount of $900,000. Looking at the box at the bottom, those are our restricted reserves, and those are the reserves that we plan to use to support the budget. And these reserves typically fund benefits type expenses. Now, just our restricted reserves, our reserves in general, are money that's set aside for a specific purpose. And our reserves are a source of revenue that help us stabilize the tax levy. They're an indication of good fiscal health. And adequate reserves, we know, lead to better credit ratings that reduce our borrowing costs over time. And our reserves are reported each year to our auditors. They're reviewed by our auditors, published in our audit report, and reported to SED as part of our filings. And the reserves we plan to use, if you can see, they're listed at the bottom right. We have reserves that help us fund our retirement required contributions to the retirement funds. We established several years ago the TRS retirement system reserve, and we're going to use $529 to offset the increase for the following year. We also have our workers' compensation reserve and our unemployment reserve that we intend to use. Finally, we're going to use our EBAL, which is our Employee Benefits Accrued Liability Reserve, $100,000, and that helps fund required benefit payments when employees separate from the district. In addition to Proposition 1, which is the budget, we have two propositions, and these propositions work together in that one cannot be approved without the other. The first proposition authorizes the conveyance of a portion of the Stillwell property from Nassau County to the Syosset Central School District. Proposition 3 authorizes the investment up to a maximum of $10.5 million, 2 to come from the reserves, 3 to come from Nassau County, and the remaining 5.5 to come from the issuance of bonds. There have been several meetings specifically related to these propositions, as well as I mentioned, previous budget meetings. You can go on the website to see those previous presentations and all of the detail on the budget and the budget documents. The budget brochure was mailed last week, and the budget notice to the right will go out tomorrow morning. And that concludes the budget hearing for 21-22.
Okay, so at this time, we remain in the budget hearing. There will be an audience to the public that is solely for the purpose of the budget presentation and questions about budget. Later on, when we begin the regularly scheduled public board meeting, we will have another audience to the public where any other topic of concern can be raised. But for now, if anyone in the audience has a question about the budget presentation only, you'll come up, please, to the podium. You will have 4 minutes to address the board with comments or questions, and then we'd ask that you take your seat and allow others to come up and have their 4 minutes. When the 4 minutes for everyone has concluded, then we will do our best to respond to the questions that were asked. If after the questions, anyone wants a second chance to come up to the podium about the budget, they'll have another opportunity for an additional 4 minutes. And then again, once everyone has completed their 4 minutes, we will do our best to answer that second round of questions, and then we will conclude audience to the public for budget. So at this time, does anyone from the public have any questions in connection with budget only? If you do, please feel free to come up to the podium. Okay, seeing no questions from the public on budget, we will continue with the regularly scheduled public meeting. And to begin, we have the approval of the minutes of meeting April 20, 2021. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Chang, seconded by Mr. Feldman. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Approval of the minutes of meeting April 22, 2021. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, seconded by Mr. Gershon. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Dr. Rufo, can you please give us the treasurer's report?
In the treasurer's report that was prepared for the month end March 31st, 2021, it shows that cash on hand was $89,099,878.69. It shows that bank balances for all cash accounts were reconciled to the book balances and were collateralized in accordance with the district's banking agreements and investment policy.
Thank you, Dr. Rufo. May I have a motion to accept the treasurer's report? Ms. Chang, seconded by Mr. Rotolo. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we've moved up a couple of resolutions. 7.1 is the appointment to tenure for the members of the administrative and/or certified staff. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Chang. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Many of you are joining us remotely, and for those of you that are joining in person, when you hear your name, please stand. Amanda Barney, Shai Fisher, John Genova, David Steinberg, Lauren Allen, Amanda Anaruma, Mariana Beach, Ching Chan, Kim Courtwright, Laura DeGennaro, Allison DeLawson, Rachel DeVore, Kimberly Dolan, Matthew Fascanero, Rebecca Garrett, Neil Hagan, Scott Holtzman, Christina Holzweiss, Jenny Konatich, Michelle Cornely, Arizletti Langumis, Leanne Lassie, Jana Nunziato, Jonathan Oliveri, Lauren O'Rourke, Megan O'Toole, Grace Polson, Michelle Rizzo, Diane Rorick, Heather Shelley, Marissa Tesoriero, Erica Tymek, and Carrie Wilson. Congratulations to all of you. You've received tenure because of your continued excellence, and you are critical members of our learning community, and we wish you continued success here in Syosset.
And in a non-pandemic year, it would be customary for people earning tenure to be here in the auditorium so that we could recognize them in person. And I always take great pride in this evening because we take great pride in our staff. And when we identify people and they've been with us for 4 years and they've had tremendous success for those 4 years, it's an honor, it's a privilege to welcome them to our family as permanent members of the Syosset staff. So although they're not here in person, I congratulate all of them. I thank them for their hard work. I thank them especially for the work that they've done in this most challenging of years. They have earned tenure in the hardest year of their teaching careers, I'm sure. And it is a remarkable accomplishment. We're proud of them. To you at home, we're proud of you. And we're looking forward to many, many more wonderful years with you in the future.
8.1 is the appointments of elementary school principal for Village Elementary School, Ms. Sari McEwen. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Falco, seconded by Ms. Chang. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. McEwen, congratulations. We're so happy to welcome you to Syosset. Your enthusiasm and your empathy are qualities that we cherish here in this community, and we value them so highly that we know that you're going to be a success here. So congratulations again. .2 is the appointment of elementary school principal for Robbins Lane, Mr. Myers. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Falco, seconded by Mr. Feldman. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Is Mr. Myers here? Congratulations. Mr. Myers, you have already had an incredible impact in Syosset, and we know that you're going to do great in Robbins Lane. We're so excited to have you there and to fill that building with the joy that you've already brought to our other buildings. So welcome again, and wish you much success.
Thank you. So to both of you, congratulations on this appointment, to joining leadership in the case of Mr. Myers, and to continuing leadership in the case of Ms. McEwen. School leadership is not an easy assignment. You will find yourself working long hours. You will find yourself working hard. You will find yourselves misunderstood. Your North Pole, your guiding light, has to be doing what is in the best interests of kids at all times, even when you're misunderstood, even when it's complicated, even when it's hard. Focus on that, and you'll know and have the confidence that the decisions you make will be guided by the most important thing that we do. We're here to support you. We have entrusted you with the children of these buildings because we believe confidently that you can lead the teams of people that make up our faculty in ways that will bring them to new heights of success. It's an awesome responsibility, but it is also an awesome opportunity. I wish you both much success, much happiness. Thank you.
Next, we have the superintendent's report. Dr. Rogers?
Thank you. Our first presentation in the superintendent's report is going to be an update from the Southwoods Middle School Student Council.
Rogers, members of the Board of Education, administrators, and Syosset community. Tonight, the Southwoods Student Council will be sharing with you a student activities update on all the enriching and exciting activities and events taking place in the Southwoods community. Here are some highlights.
Southwood Wellness Week has been a huge success by promoting many physical and mindfulness activities each day. Positive mindset, healthy eating, and varied exercises were enjoyed by the school community.
Science Olympiads, who successfully competed in the New York State competition, placed 10th out of 53 teams. Congratulations. And the Science Fair students are continuing their research and video recording presentations for the upcoming Science Fair competition.
6th, 7th, and 8th graders participating in math leagues are working together to solve rigorous math problems and compete in monthly competitions.
Jazz Band is a hybrid club of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who have been enthusiastically rehearsing and performing pieces in a variety of jazz styles.
Ukulele Club has been watching and listening to tutorials of popular songs and learning chords and drum sets on this fun and engaging instrument.
The Multicultural Club celebrated a very successful Multicultural Week. Every student in Southwoods attended workshops and engaged in presentations focusing on many diverse cultures represented at Southwoods. Discussions included what students can do to prevent hate, violence, and racism in our community.
Podcast Club is recording a podcast series based on a mystery written by 8th grader Trinity Wu.
Dance Club has also been focusing on multiculturalism by learning bachata and salsa dances, as well as Native American dance choreography.
The Magic Club is continuing to learning virtual magic tricks. Students are loving practicing their magic skills with family and friends.
The Art Club is working in conjunction with the Drama Club to create posters and original art for upcoming performances.
The Girls Who Code Club has been exploring and creating coding projects on Hatch and Python.
In the Hackathon/Coding Club, students are continuing to excel in their knowledge of Hatch, Python, JavaScript, and HTML coding. The hackathon team competed in the virtual Long Island Hackathon competition in March, placing 3rd place.
Southwoods mock trial students are engaged in discussions about current events in the American legal system, and in particular, the United States Supreme Court. Students are collaborating virtually on presentations to share on major Supreme Court cases and issues.
Drama Club is working on their spring showcase featuring selections of songs and scenes from various musicals. Their performance will take place on Sunday, May 16th outside on the
Peer Leaders and AAA Club just completed a very successful towel and pet food drive for Rough House Rescue. Additionally, students are currently creating an incoming 6th graders orientation video and will be meeting with 5th graders virtually to provide them with an opportunity to learn more about Southwoods Middle School.
The Girl Talk Club created an informative public service announcement on the topic of pay equity in the workforce.
FLA focused on social distancing activities, including Operation Sweet Tooth, a virtual walkathon to benefit Rough House Rescue, creating a positive school environment and contributing to the school food drive.
The Business Club is starting an entrepreneurship competition where students present their business ideas to a panel of judges.
The Southwoods Book Club has read and discussed over half a dozen novels so far this year, many which were the first book in a series. Some titles include the Recruitment series by K.A. Riley, the Skyward series by Brandon Sanderson, Gone by Michael Grant, and The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien.
And finally, the Student Council has been enthusiastically working to finalize our very first talent show. Southwoods presents Frontline Talent. We will be live streaming more than 16 unbelievably outstanding and talented student performances, which range from musical performances to time-lapse art demonstrations. The Student Council is raising awareness of the tireless and heroic and brave efforts of frontline health workers during the COVID-19 pandemic, and encouraging all viewers to donate to the Mount Sinai South Napa Hospital Behind the Mask program to help support frontline workers and their families.
Thank you for the opportunity to share all the diverse and exciting events taking place at Southwoods Middle School. We are very proud to be part of such an enriching community. Enjoy the beautiful spring and stay safe. #SYO Strong.
Furkan, if you could just go out of order from the agenda and do the superintendent report first and then the diversity and inclusivity. Thank you. And while Furkan is getting that lined up, If you've read my email messages to the community, you know that from time to time I like to point out a couple of silver linings from some of the changes that we've had to make this year as a result of the pandemic. And I think one of those silver linings is, although we don't get to have our student government reports in person, we get to hear from many, many more students than we would in the past. And so we get to see so many more of our students participate in that report to the board. Yeah, this is, for Con, this is a year old. That's it. That's April.
That was it. Trying to snap on the flash drive. That's off the flash drive that I was given.
Okay. Well, I will do it from memory, and we will post the presentation online. So there are two things that I wanted to update the board, the community about. First is the remedial action work plan. So as you recall, the board has been following closely a planned development of the former Ciro Wire site, which is at the corner of Robbins Lane and the North Side Service Road, called Miller Place of the Long Island Expressway. Over the course of several years, different proposals have been floated for what to do with that property. The most recent is for a warehouse to be constructed on site that will house an Amazon last mile delivery station. So the property has an environmental history, and because of that, to remediate and build on the site, the developer has to go through something called the State Brownfields Program. And that is a program that requires the site to be remediated based on standards that New York State puts out. It's been a long process of getting the developer seeking their approvals. The school district has written multiple letters to the Department of Environmental Conservation commenting on draft plans. The school district has also written to the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency and appeared before their board meetings to comment on the tax incentives that are being considered for the project. All of those comments and in some places criticisms can be found on the school district website. What we had been waiting for is to see what the Department of Environmental Conservation would do with the comments that we had shared with them critiquing the draft remedial action work plan that they had posted in December. We had made a number of suggestions that we thought would strengthen that plan if they were to go through with it. They announced late last week that they had approved a final remedial action work plan, and that final plan is no different from the draft plan that was proposed in December. So some of the suggestions that we had made were to do additional soil testing, to use that additional soil testing to drive decisions about targeted soil removal, identifying soils that should be removed off-site and disposed elsewhere. We had suggested that they have a more robust community air monitoring plan, a CAMP. They are using a generic community air monitoring plan as part of their proposal, and we had suggested some dust suppression and dust measurement strategies on the border with South Grove Elementary School, and they did not accept those as part of the plan either. So at this point, I don't know if there are any more opportunities for the school district to comment on the plan. We're researching the final action document with our environmental consultants now, and I hope to have a more detailed report for the board at some point in the not too distant future. Second thing I wanted to raise was that there is, in this year's state budget, the school district received a universal, what is called universal pre-kindergarten. The word universal is misleading. It is a state program that has aspirations of being universal for pre-kindergarten. The grant that the school district would receive is for $670,000 or so, and that would fund a program at about $5,400 per student for a 180-day year. There are several ways that the program can be constructed. It could be staffed by district staff on site. It can be staffed by private staff on site, or you can enter into a contract with an organization to offer the program entirely off site. Does this mean that pre-K is coming to Syosset, state-funded pre-K? The grant allocation seems far too low to support a grant in its a program in its entirety, and the school district, certainly this year of all years, does not have the space to open up additional classrooms to house pre-kindergarten space. So that said, we have been exploring with potential partners what a model would look like if we wanted to pursue it. We have been exploring the rules around the funding. This is new. It's never been allocated for Syosset in the past, so there's a lot to learn in terms of the funding. I don't think that the complexities, as complex as this is, this would be like adding a 14th grade. Not going to be solved by September, but we are looking at it because we think we should try to take advantage of the opportunity if there is any way to do so. So I did want to update the board because we had told you in a previous meeting about this grant that's in the budget. We're also looking to see if there is any way, if it is logistically impossible to start the program in the first year, whether some of that money can roll over. Right now, it does not appear that that is the case, but because these are federal grant funds and the federal funds have a 2-year life associated with them, there is some hope that that 2-year life can be associated with the program as well. So more to come on that, but I did want to update you that we have been looking at that diligently. So with that said, I also want to read a brief statement, and then I'm going to talk about our Diversity and Inclusivity Task Force update. So I know many of you are here tonight because you're concerned about an incident that we reported to the public on Friday, and you're concerned because you want to make sure that the district is taking it as seriously as possible, and that we are going to follow our investigation through, and that at the end of that investigation, we are going to do what's appropriate. I hope this statement reassures you. For the past 5 days, the district has been deliberately and thoroughly investigating a bias-related incident at Southwoods Middle School. The district has been careful not to release details about the incident in order to avoid leading or otherwise compromising the testimony of students who were still being interviewed as witnesses. I understand that has been difficult and confusing for our community, which is accustomed to clearer and more detailed reporting from the school district. At this point, the investigation has progressed to a stage where we can share that there were multiple incidents where different students verbally expressed different types of bias, and at least one of those incidents became physical. This behavior has no place in Syosset or any other school. As we've repeatedly made clear in the statement we issued this March regarding anti-Asian American hate, the statement we issued last June in the wake of a national reckoning on racism, and back in 2017, after our vandalism incident, we said and we repeat, racism, bias, intolerance, and hate have no place in Syosset, period. Teaching that lesson must start young and never end. What we've done as a district in the last 7 years is remarkable. We've instituted programs from elementary to high school to teach kindness, empathy, respect, and tolerance. We've developed trainings and programs through partnerships with social justice and community organizations. We've redesigned our code of conduct in collaboration with these organizations whose very existence is to oppose racism. And with them, our code of conduct not only holds students accountable, but also provides them with a path so they can heal the harm that they've caused. Syosset has intentionally defined itself as a welcoming community for its diverse population. And that was one of the things that drew me to Syosset and that I have been so proud of for the 7 years that I've been here. The PTA's Cultural Unity Committee works to ensure newcomers are fully embraced by our families. The Board of Education was one of the very first to develop a more inclusive holiday calendar, and we provide translation services broadly to make sure everyone in our family is able to access information from the district. That is not to say that there isn't work remaining, but rather that we are just as committed to continuing as we ever have been, and incidents like these remind us of the urgency of the work. We have been in contact with local government organizations, with partner organizations who have offered us resources so that we can continue to educate our staff and our students about how to make Syosset the most inclusive environment possible. Over the last several days, I've received a lot of email, too many to reply to, from Asian American and non-Asian parents alike, angry and anguished that this could happen in their community, their Syosset. I am glad I work in a community that is upset by an incident like this. We should all be upset, and I want to work for people who have that value. I'm glad I work in a community that asks that we do everything we can to make their schools safe and inclusive. We have more work to do, both with our investigation and with our learning community, and we will see both through. We had already planned several months ago. We scheduled the presentations for the board meetings. We were also supposed to have a world language presentation, but we understand tonight probably be a lengthy conversation. But this presentation has been scheduled for some time. We were going to update the board on an initiative that we have been working on as a district with the board's support for over a year on diversity and inclusivity. This initiative was born out of the idea of several teachers and administrators who had gone to a national conference, invited to go to a national conference by the U.S. Education Department, and came back with the idea to really begin to identify ways that we could more assertively continue to work on making Syosset a welcoming place, particularly as our community becomes more diverse. So we have a mission statement for the whole district that the board worked on, and this guides us all. And we want to prepare students to thrive both in what we imagine the future will be, but in the one that is going to be changing. We as a community are changing, and that is our future. And our country is changing, that is our future. And technology is changing everyone's future. It is making us all more connected, and because we are all more connected, we are all closer to one another, and we must become competent and embracing of people who are different from ourselves in whatever way, because we are all going to be much closer to one another for the foreseeable future. Why do we do this instructionally? Because we want our students to be competent in a changing world, and we want them to feel like they can make change in the world too. We want we give students a lot of choice and a lot of voice because we want them to know that this is their world to change. What is the task force's job? To build on some of the successes that I mentioned earlier and continue the journey of making Syosset a more inclusive environment. So we build on our strength, we have to examine ourselves, and we have to make a priority around equitable access. And that is around a number of different issues, one of which that we've been working on a lot in the last several years is gender equity, because we've seen in some of our courses that the gender balance has become skewed, and that's another opportunity for us to find a way to do things more inclusively. Our community has changed and continues to change. The demographic composition of the schools is changing. We're attentive to that, and we recognize that it is something we celebrate, but it's also something that brings with it its own challenges. And if we don't identify those challenges and have plans for how to meet them, then we're going to fall behind. So as I mentioned, this community, even before I came here, has been hard at work defining itself as an inclusive, welcoming, diverse place. We've received awards for the work that we've done. The PTA has led beautifully. All of our buildings find ways to celebrate the diversity that is in them. We were a leader in creating a restorative code of conduct, something that we worked on in partnership with the State Bar Association. And Mr. Gross, our attorney, is with us today. We'll talk in a few minutes later about that and some other aspects of that work. And we started doing some curriculum writing last summer, even though it was in the middle of the pandemic. We plan more curriculum writing projects this summer to look at our curriculum. At the elementary schools, we use a national program known as Harmony. And as I said earlier, we have to start young. And we can't ever stop. But it's important that we start young. The 3 secondary schools have been designated No Place for Hate. It doesn't mean it's a label. It's work that you have to do to earn that label. It doesn't mean, and clearly this week has shown, that even doing that work will not prevent things from happening. But it does show that we've identified what our values are as a building and we're working towards them. We have our Pride Character Education program, an anonymous reporting app that all secondary students are trained to use to report something if they see it, bullying or worse. Choices and Consequences, a program we do with the Nassau County District Attorney's Office. Programs that we do in conjunction with Erase Racism, which is located here in Syosset. And for over 20 years, the high school has done a Holocaust Remembrance Day, not just because the Holocaust is an unspeakable tragedy, but because the Holocaust is an illustration of what can happen when hate is not rooted out. And a more recent feature is Book Day, where students have the choice and have picked diverse authors to read as a group books together. There are 4 subcommittees of this Diversity and Inclusivity Task Force. One that's focused on the student experience, both the good and the not so good aspects of the student experience, because if we don't work with our students and learn what it is like to be a student here, we will never be able to make sure that we are giving them the experience that they deserve and that you all want. Curriculum and professional learning. The state has recently made an announcement today about the culturally responsive and sustaining education platform that they have launched. This is entirely consistent with the work that we're doing. Students need to see themselves reflected in the curriculum, and they also need the curriculum to be a window into lives that they might not experience themselves. And our curriculum needs to be accessible to kids, and it needs to underscore that diversity. Community outreach is the group that is responsible for how the school works with its community to make sure that we're hearing the voices of our community, but also that we're communicating well with our community. And lastly, human resources and hiring practices, which is the training of our current staff, because we can all be better. And it is how we go through the hiring process to try and make sure that we have as strong a staff and as diverse a staff as possible. So as I mentioned, we've been at this work since October of 2019. We started having meetings right before the pandemic. The pandemic slowed us down for sure, but we restarted our momentum in the fall, began having meetings and subcommittee meetings again, and the board has been anxious to hear an update on where we've been. I won't read all of these for obvious reasons, but all these presentations are posted online, and I wanted to make sure that a lot of what we have been doing was contained in them so that people could go and see and talk to your own principal. If you have elementary students, ask them about some of these programs at the elementary and middle school. Ask the high school leadership team about some of the programs that they put into place at the high school around the student experience. And what are the opportunities for action? We're looking at a number of ways, suggestions that have come from these subcommittees for things we can continue to do to enhance our work. One thing that came out of that conversation was a student diversity cabinet. The high school has a number of clubs that represent the diversity of the student body at the high school. And we've begun regular meetings with those students, with me and with my administrative team, so that we hear firsthand from them what their experience is and what their suggestions are for us. As I mentioned, the State Education Department has released a culturally responsive education framework, and they have 4 prongs: a welcoming and affirming environment, which I think speaks for itself, high expectations and rigorous instruction. That's something we've always cherished here in Syosset. An inclusive curriculum and inclusive assessment, meaning that students understand what's being asked of them so that they can demonstrate as well as possible their competence and expertise. And then ongoing professional learning, much as we're talking about for our staff to become better at all of the things that we need to do to run an excellent school district. So we've made a number of intentional shifts in light of this over several years now. At the secondary level, at the elementary level, we've really looked at classroom libraries because we want to make sure that we have more diverse authors and more diverse characters and especially diverse lead characters in books so that our students see people who may not look like them and also who see people who do. At the secondary level, books are intentionally chosen to bring out conversations about race and racism so students have the opportunity to dialogue about this. We, as I mentioned, do the book days, but even in music and art classes, we're being intentional to include contributions from diverse artists and musicians. In our world language courses, there's an opportunity to see the world through the eyes of the persons who live with the language you're studying. And I met with some students, I believe, in December of 2019, and they were part of the Erase Racism Student Task Force. And they wanted to talk with me and the then Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Bavard, about the curriculum. And one of their critiques was that our science and math curriculum could do a better job of being more inclusive. And I was puzzled by that statement until they explained it. And they said, when we teach math, we will teach about René Descartes, who's French, and we will teach about Isaac Newton, who is British, and we will teach about Einstein, who is German. But we don't name in the same way the Arabic and Chinese mathematicians and scientists that also inform a lot of what we're learning. And I think it was a stunning critique and a note that we needed to take. And so in all of the aspects of our curriculum, even those that might not at first lend themselves to this notion of inclusivity, there are opportunities for us to look at them in different ways. So I mentioned we did curriculum writing last summer. We have more planned for this summer. And we want to have even more student voice, because we will get insights like the insight those students shared with me. We do want to make sure that individual courses, are as diverse as the student body as a whole, or as close to it as possible. The board over the last 2 years has invested deeply in robotics classes and in business classes called Virtual Enterprise. But at first, we saw those classes were only being occupied by boys. We can't have an investment that only invests in our boys. So we needed to find ways, and we have, of encouraging girls to enter those classes as well. And those classes have become much more diverse on gender. Community outreach, as I mentioned earlier, so much is already going on with community outreach in Syosset, through the PTA, through partner organizations that we work with, through our attempts and efforts to communicate, and through some of the social justice organizations that we've worked with. There's always more that can be done, but our community outreach, the school district is an extension of the community, so that community outreach is a two-way street. And we have a number of opportunities for action as well. And again, I won't read through all of these, but I'll leave them so that they can be studied. But I will say that in the last 5 days, a new opportunity has come to my mind for how we can work with our community. And that is, we need an opportunity to have conversations about how the school district handles things that are difficult, because the processes are not well understood, and that confusion can lead to frustration, and that hurts the partnership and the extension of the community that we are. So I've asked our school attorney, who is one of several attorneys at the firm who have been supporting us through this and other challenges over the last 7 years, but certainly over the last 5 days, to talk a little bit about how this works. And then going forward, I think the Community Outreach Subcommittee needs to think about how we communicate to the community about what we do when challenges come up, because challenges inevitably do come up in school districts, and we have to deal with them. So Mr. John Gross from the firm of Ingerman Smith.
Okay, there we go. So I'll start again. Good evening. The task that the superintendent asked me to accomplish tonight is to, as briefly as I can, which of course is always a difficult prospect for a lawyer, to review what the state of the law is relative to incidents involving children during a school setting that create, that are in an adversarial kind of setting. So first I wanted to address one of the difficult things. Lawyers are very often called upon to tell us how do we accomplish something, but very frequently I've got to tell our clients, and we represent many school districts, including having the privilege of representing Syosset, what you can't do. And one of the things you can't do is to discuss in public matters involving children. And there are 4 bases why you can't do that. One is New York law. New York law prohibits unwarranted invasions of personal privacy, generally to the population, including adults, but specifically as well to students. Secondly is a federal law, the Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act, which deals with what is generally termed to be educational records. And divulging an educational record of a child under the age of 18 without consent of the parents of that child is prohibited. And a school district can literally lose all of its federal funding in the event that statute is breached. The third is the Dignity Act for all students, that is known as DASA, that itself, in laying out the procedure to handle misbehavior that affects or is addressed by its dignity provisions, itself prohibits public discussion regarding these kinds of unfortunate incidents. And finally, and last but not least, is the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution, which has been applied by the courts to give what lawyers call a cause of action, or the ability to sue in court for breaches of privacy, and many cases involving youngsters. So we have four very, very potent reasons why we can't ever discuss matters involving the DASA statute or acts of bias that are alleged to occur within a school setting involving children. So just turning briefly to how do we accomplish investigation of these matters under the Dignity for All Students Act, known as DASA, which was adopted in 2010 and became effective in 2012. We've lived with it for quite a number of years. Requires the school board, as you have done in policy, to adopt a student code of conduct, and breaches of that code of conduct that provides for an extensive procedures how that is investigated. Complaints are made either by the child or the child's parent, and the complaint goes directly to a school official who is designated as the Dignity Act coordinator, who's charged with the responsibility of conducting a confidential investigation. That occurs very rapidly, within 2 or 3 days at the most of the report. It also isn't just that individual. It's other members of the administration who assist, the building principal, central office, and we get involved. I'm senior managing partner of the law firm. We've had 2 attorneys working very closely with the administration, Dr. Rogers, Mr. Cardillo, the various other administration officials who are investigating this matter. And I think anybody who's ever dealt with kids of elementary school age know that you can't do these things rapidly. It has to be approached in an appropriate manner. We're dealing with very sensitive youngsters who are afraid, who want to talk to talk with the school officials with their moms and dads. So while you can't do it rapidly, the law does require some degree of speed. And I can assure the board, that we, and this is very often we're called upon to conduct investigations, but in this instance, the DASA Act specifies that it's done by the school administration. And certainly it makes sense. You don't want 3 or 4 lawyers tromping in and interviewing young children. So we, however, have been actively involved in providing assistance, and I can assure you, and we represent a great number of school districts, the investigation by SIACID has been as rapid as is appropriate, has been pointed, has been given the utmost attention, and I think is fairly characterized as an investigation that's currently proceeding that will produce ultimately a result where the facts are known and whatever action arises out of those facts will have been clearly identified. So we then have to turn to what are the consequences once the facts have been adduced through the investigation. And there really are 2 or 3 consequences that can flow from a DASA investigation. The first is what Dr. Rogers referred to as restorative justice. He mentioned that I've been involved in that. I headed a task force for the New York State Bar Association entitled the School to Prison Pipeline that studied and made recommendations to the state legislature for modifications of student discipline based on, we did a very extensive review of existing studies and conducted some of our own. The panel was made up of school officials, including Dr. Brevard, who's the former deputy superintendent. And the critical determination that was made by my task force was that it's critically important that we deal with the issue of implicit bias. And we made various recommendations, primary among which was to deal with how New York law is structured in terms of consequence to student misconduct. And under New York law, the only tool is exclusionary discipline. Throw the kid out of school. Treat with it by suspending youngsters, with nothing much more than that in New York law. We recommended the task force, and happily, one of our clients, the Syosset School District, had already, through Dr. Brevard's efforts and the superintendent's efforts, established utilization of restorative justice, which is a technique that doesn't exclude youngsters, that provides consequence for acts, but involves both the children who are bullied or on the receiving end of misconduct, as well as the perpetrators. And it tries to get to the core of what caused the problem and to treat with that rather than moving towards exclusionary discipline. Happily, as I said, Syosset has an extensive program of restorative justice. That's option one, and I'm not saying that that is what the board will ultimately choose and the superintendent will openly choose in this circumstance that's facing the district, but it is option number one. And I don't mean this in ranking order. Option number two is exclusionary discipline, where youngsters are excluded and punished by not being allowed to come to school. I will point out, based on the age of the youngsters involved in the matter at hand, they're going to be entitled to home instruction if they were excluded, which is certainly not the equivalent of in-school instruction. So those would be the options that the board and the superintendent will have at the conclusion of the investigation based on what's determined. But I do want to close by repeating that we have been involved. We take our role as school attorneys, we represent over 50 school districts, very, very seriously. And I can assure you and assure the board that the investigation that is ongoing is thorough, is being done as fast as is possible and appropriately, and I am certain will root out what occurred in this situation for the board and the superintendent to take appropriate action. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board might have. If not, I won't take any more of your time, and have a good evening.
I would just clarify one of Mr. Gross's statements. He said the findings will be known, but they'll be known to the school district administration. They will not be made public. I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't misunderstood. And then the last subgroup is the human resources and hiring practices. Why? Because there are a lot of studies illustrating the potential benefits that students have from having a diverse teaching workforce. And the challenges we face is that the pool of people, for lots of reasons, is not as diverse as the pool of workers generally. So there's a U.S. Department of Education study that says bachelor's degree students are less diverse than high school graduates, and it goes from there. Actually, I should have expanded that. It's the American Association of Colleges of Teachers of Education, teaching education. And it says education is one of the least diverse master's degree programs. And in New York, you must have a master's degree in order to be a teacher. So these are uphill challenges that we face in trying to recruit an excellent and diverse teaching force. But we believe we have opportunities for action. One of the things that we had worked on before the pandemic struck, we had just had a bus tour of Syosset with candidates from one of the CUNY graduate schools of education, and our hope was to try and create a pipeline of potential talent from the city schools of education, which were more diverse than some of the other schools of education. And we thought with the bus tour, the bus stopped here in Jericho and Westbury and Valley Stream and at Nassau BOCES, would allow these potential candidates to consider opportunities outside of New York City as places to go and work. We've created a mentoring program, a robust mentoring program. We're looking at having a second year, and we're working on additional training for people who work in the district so that we all improve our cultural competence over time. So that is the report of the work of this task force. The task force is comprised of over 50 individuals already. Many of them were district employees. This was originally an internal initiative for how we could become better as a staff. And it has, with the community outreach portion, begun to take on representatives from organizations in the community, members of our PTA, and I know that there's interest, lots of people are interested in participating in this work, which I see as a sign of health, and I do think that we'll need some guidance and direction from the board in terms of how we meet that demand, but also keep what is already becoming unwieldy from getting more so. So I know we have some work to do on how to accommodate that demand, but we want to embrace people who want to do diversity and inclusivity work because it's incredibly important work for us.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. There's no question that those who have faced bias and acts of hate in their lifetimes feel pain. And it is often not new pain, but continued pain. Continued pain not only for their own experience, but from the experiences of their ancestors. So personal, continued, and ancestral pain cannot be discounted, cannot be diminished, and it cannot be ignored. These truths have been top of mind for this district, and since Dr. Rogers has come to Syosset, the school district has continued to develop its curriculum, its student experience, its staffing, and its community outreach with the intentional goal of creating an environment that is free from hate. I've watched our administration in action during times of relative calm and in times of crisis. And the organization that we've built has been unwavering in its commitment to creating an environment of unity and its responsiveness to the handling of allegations of bias or hate speech. So given the diligence and tirelessness of their efforts to investigate incidents like the ones that were reported to the community on Friday, it is so disheartening to hear comments of doubt in connection with Dr. Rogers and Ms. Burgett's commitment and diligence and responsiveness, and of course, as a whole, the district's dedication to all of our community members. I just wanted to share that I'm grateful to have administrators like Dr. Rogers and like Ms. Burgett who lead with empathy and who insist on equity and who understand that serious matters require serious investigation without rush to judgment and without presumption, because both the victims and the accused deserve that kind of commitment. Syosset will continue to do the important work of anti-bias training and education, and we look forward to informing our community of our progress. And with that, I welcome the board to ask Dr. Rogers questions with respect to his superintendent's report or make comments. Ms. Cheng?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your presentation. Good evening, members of the Syosset learning community. The recent racial bias incident at Southwoods has caused a lot of concern for the future and safety of our children here in Syosset, especially if you are Asian. Yes, I'm a BOE trustee, but first and foremost, I'm a Chinese American with 3 children in our Syosset schools. So of course, I too am extremely concerned. Racism, bias, intolerance, and hate have no place here in Syosset. It's paramount that the district continues the work on diversity and inclusivity task force, as well as anti-bias staff training. I'd like to urge everyone to please allow Dr. Rogers and the administration to thoroughly investigate what happened last Thursday. Honest, calm, open conversations are the only pathway to resolution and, more importantly, change. Our children are watching how we as adults respond. And last but not least, Dr. Rogers, we appreciate the work you and the administration have done. Thank you.
Mr. Gershon?
Yes, I share the sentiments of Tracy Frankel and Carol Cheng, and of course Dr. Rogers. This is not a place where anything like what happened last week would ever be acceptable. We do not tolerate any kind of racist acts, bias. Everybody here is here for a reason. They're here because this Syosset is such a great school district, and we give such a great education to all the people here, no matter what their race, religion, creed, whatever. I have the complete confidence in this administration that they will thoroughly investigate what happened. You've heard tonight that, we cannot release a lot of details about, what happens in the course of that investigation and what disciplinary action is taken. But rest assured that, you have your elected board members here who, are constantly in contact with Dr. Rogers. We are aware of what's going on. We are making sure that what happened has a consequence. And Dr. Rogers, you have my complete, faith that you will see that the right outcome comes. Thank you.
Mr. Feldman?
Yeah, thanks for the report, Dr. Rogers. I concur with my fellow trustees. Intolerance has no place here, no racial intolerance, and it's being investigated, like has been reiterated earlier. I want to also say that I've worked with Dr. Rogers and Ms. Burgett for the past 6 years, and they are extremely honorable and ethical people. Since they've been here, they've worked tirelessly to promote inclusivity and tolerance, and I support both of them 100%.
Thank you. Ms. Levitan?
I too concur with my fellow trustees. I just want to point out one thing, and that is the dangers and repercussions of social media posts and subsequent open online discussions, especially when dealing with young children. Facts are often mixed with opinions that could potentially have a detrimental effect on a child's life and well-being. Our administration has been working tirelessly, following protocol, procedures, and privacy laws, making sure they miss absolutely nothing. That in itself demonstrates just how seriously this district takes such incidents. So I would urge everyone to really keep that in mind when joining such spontaneous online discussions and speculate on any school district action or inaction in the matter. Thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Ms. Falco?
Thank you, Dr. Rogers, for your informative presentation. I wanted to first start out by saying that anti-Asian hatred and racism of any kind that has been so rampant in our world truly breaks my heart and must stop. Hatred and racism in any form cannot be tolerated and must end. No one should ever be on the receiving end of hateful behavior. All acts of hatred and racism need to be taken seriously, investigated, and addressed as swiftly as possible based on the specific facts of each case. Please know that the school administration and the board take all acts of hatred extremely seriously. I believe it is of the utmost importance to create an environment where our kids feel safe, where they feel they can speak up when they see something hateful happening, and where they know they will be protected. Creating such an environment is crucial to the safety and security of our children.
Thank you, Ms. Falkov. Anyone else? Okay. Dr. Rogers, you had mentioned earlier that you've received some requests for participation from community members to the Diversity and Inclusivity Task Force, and I too, and I imagine some of my board members, have also received requests, and that just makes me so happy because part of why we do this work is in the hopes that the work we do reaches the community and has an impact. And just by virtue of the work we've done already, it has been communicated and people are interested in joining, and that's great. I know that there are already over 50 members, and we want this to be a productive committee. And so while I don't want to turn interested community members away, I do think that the board needs to work on setting some criteria or parameters for the members of the committee so that we can manage the committee well. And in addition, I know that the board serves as a governance role in connection with the committee, but I think that we do also need to work with the board to develop ways in which the board can give their input, give meaningful feedback, and interact with the subcommittees that already exist. So that we can all really have a cohesive understanding of the work that's being done, whether that work is in line with the board's mission, so that we can all be on the same page with where we're going as a community. And so I know that the presentation was just given today, but over the course of the next few board meetings, I'd love it for us to have ongoing discussions with the board, an exchange of ideas on the best way to manage a committee like this so that everyone has their input. And certainly, given the fact that I'm announcing that we're going to be doing this work at our public meetings, if anyone in the community has input on these issues and how we might structure the committee. I'm very happy to receive your emails. I'm sure any members of the board would be happy to receive those emails as well. We take suggestions. So with that, thank you for your superintendent's report. Okay, so we're going to begin audience to the public, and I know many of you have not been here in previous occasions, and so I'm going to read the rules that we abide by. There are many people here today, and so the rules that we create are a way to help us manage the meeting, respect everyone's time, and give the board a chance to answer the questions and react to some of the comments that are made. So those who wish to come up for audience to the public will come up to the podium one at a time. You will please introduce yourselves by name and your address. And the reason why we ask for your address is because the only members of the public who are allowed to speak in our board meetings have to be residents of the district. And I believe there's a ledger on the podium where you'll write your name and address so that we know if we need to follow up with you on an answer that we were unable to give, we can do that. Each person who comes up to audience to the public will have 4 minutes to speak. And at the end of those 4 minutes, you're going to hear a beep. And that beep signifies that your 4 minutes are up, and I'm going to ask you to take your seat. Now, I understand that you may have prepared something that's longer than 4 minutes, and so in order to give everyone else a chance, what I'll say to you at that point is, please stop your comments now, and you'll have another opportunity to come up later and finish your comments if you haven't already done so. And so we want to respect your ability to give us some comments, but we also have to respect the time that we have here today. So everyone will have a chance to come up for 4 minutes. When you're finished, you'll take your seat, and everyone else will have a chance to come up for 4 minutes as well. At that point, when the first round is done, we will do our best to answer those questions. We'll be taking notes, and to the extent that we receive similar questions or comments, we'll be able to react to them as a whole. After we answer the questions that we've been asked, I will give everyone an opportunity, if there is time, for an additional 4 minutes. And then when that round is done and the answers, to the extent they can be, are given, I will conclude audience to the public, and you can come back in the next month and speak to us again. We don't permit polling of the board members, and what that means is that if you have a question, you can't pinpoint board members and ask each of them how they feel about an issue. We don't do that here. And very importantly, and you heard from our attorneys during Dr. Rogers' speech, because of the statutory privacy rights of students and staff, we can't talk here about a specific incident or specific students or specific staff members. But what you can do is phrase your questions in a general manner. So if you have questions about investigations or DASA or procedures of any kind, if you can just please phrase it in a way that doesn't suggest a specific person or a specific incident, then we will be able to entertain that comment or that question. So you may hear me, if you make a mistake inadvertently, you may hear me say, can you please rephrase that in a more general manner? And that's really just to protect our students and our staff, and so that we can stay within the law that we have to follow. And with that, please do come up and share your thoughts.
Hi, everyone. You might... Oh, yeah. It's a little of a delay. Hold on a sec, sorry. Alrighty. Hi everyone, you might recognize me. My name is Jesse Levitan. I live at 90 Coves Run, and I'm a senior here at Syosset High School. I have about 1 month left to go. I know that there are a variety of topics that you've all been discussing throughout this meeting and will discuss, but I'm here today to again push for the return of our students. This, on May 3rd, it was actually last week, feels like a while ago, the seniors had one of the best experiences in the entirety of our high school career. I remember it was about 2 weeks ago. I was sitting down in my second period class at home, of course, and my student gov advisor said, come on, we have a meeting right now, let's go, we're planning. And I had no idea what this was about, and I found out that it was about the commitment day, and that was one of the best experiences planning it as a student government officer. And for those of you who don't know, I'm the Senate treasurer of the school. It was one of the best experiences because we came together in one day and established a plan and created one of the most memorable experiences for our seniors. Now it's May 10th, and school ends, and I hate to think about it, but it ends in a month, and that's it for us. Juniors have another year, sophomores have more time, freshmen have more time. Everyone else has more time, but we don't have more time. We have very few time left. And so I know that recently we were lifted the designation of us being in a red zone was lifted recently. Dr. Rogers, I know you were talking about that a few updates ago, how that is something we'll look for. Well, we're out of it. So now it's time to discuss, now it's time to plan. Let's get us back into school because we have one shot at this. And in a few months, I'll be going to college, and that's it for us. You know, we don't get another shot at this. Sophomores have their chance, freshmen have that chance, but we don't. I know we've been talking about the fall return, and that's all great, but truthfully, it doesn't matter for us because we won't be here in the fall. So I hope that you can at least consider that we're out of the red zone. Cases are declining, vaccinations are increasing. This is our time to finally bring us in together. The situation is getting better, and let's do what is right for our seniors and for my peers. I'm here today to represent them, and let's do what's right. And that's what I'm here to advocate for. If you don't want to do every day, I get that. I'm, aware of the situation. So at the bare minimum, I hope that you can at least give us 1 day per week. That's what I'm asking at the minimum. 1 day per week where all the seniors or all students can be in school together. We've done it once with the commitment day. It was one of the most memorable experiences of our high school careers. Let's do it more and more because soon enough there will be no time left. So I hope you consider it. I hope you consider bringing us back into school because this year has been tough on all of us and it's almost over. So we're just trying to make some more memories with these people that we may never see again. And that's what it comes down to. So I hope you consider it. Thank you for this time. I know you have a lot to discuss, but I just hope, I really hope that you take it under consideration because this would mean the world to us. I saw some kids that I haven't seen in 14 months, and it was one of the best experiences and feelings that you could ever imagine. Think about maybe you, for the first time, saw a family member. I know this Thursday it's going to be my first time seeing my grandmother in 14 months. These memories last a lifetime, so let's make them happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Devin Lefkowitz, and I'm also here to vouch for having the seniors back as often as you can. I just want to start by saying that I second everything Jesse has to say. As a friend and classmate, I hold his opinion in the highest regard. I agree with him that planning Commitment Day was one of the most exhilarating processes I've had as a student government officer. I'm a senior class president, by the way. Just knowing all the smiles that would be on all of our classmates' faces, it was just such a great thing that we could do for our class, and I was so excited to help plan it. After last Monday, I've had numerous seniors come up to me saying that was the best day of school they've had in their time at Syosset. I've never seen more unity in the class of 2021. There were chants being started in the courtyards. Everybody's taking pictures together. Everybody's so happy. And at the end of the day, when we were all on our new turf, thank you, by the way, we had a great lacrosse game on it today. We set up lawn games, and typically in the past, with those lawn games, some seniors may say, "Oh, that's not worth our time. Let's just sit on the side, go on our phones." But no, everybody was playing the long games, and that's just because all they want to do is just be with each other. They just want to participate in activities that involve getting all the seniors together. And I was so proud to be class president at that moment, because I've never seen all the seniors come together in such a way before. It was just such an amazing thing to see, and I can only imagine that it's possible that we may be able to turn this super tough year around and end it on the highest note by having one of the most unifying moments, by having more days where we're all together as a senior class in the end of this year. We just need more times like that. As Jesse said, memories do last a lifetime, and this is time that we don't get back, and it would just be so amazing if we could make this happen. And I really appreciate you taking this into consideration. I know you have a lot of other important things to discuss, but yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Christian Bonawan. I live at 19 Hemlock Drive in Syosset. I have a 3rd and 1st grade child in Village Elementary. And my comment, not so much a question, maybe a bit of a rhetorical question, is how does this, let me back up actually. The Code of Conduct, the Pride curriculum, it's very cute, but it is completely impotent against such egregious acts of racism that we are seeing now. And specifically because it fails to use the term racism, it fails to use the term hate, it fails to use the term bigotry. And I understand that these are uncomfortable terms to use with young children. But unfortunately, parents in this school district are having to have these conversations and use these terms. I know, because I had to have that conversation with my children. My children are of mixed race, which brings up its own set of racist exposure. We need to address every year, multiple times a year, on many levels, specifically talking about, we need to define racism, define hate. We need to define what the consequences are for the children who experience this. The children who are being harmed in these instances, it's deep-rooted emotional harm. We've talked about it, we played great lip service to it, but they're the ones who are going to live with it. We need to explain that to children. These consequences are going to last their lifetime. It's going to impact their education, it's going to impact their relationships with people, it's going to impact their relationships with their jobs. It is time to stop being so half-hearted, halfway about this. We need to use the term bullying. I know that some of the principals and some of the administration are afraid to use the term directly. I know, because I've had these conversations before, and there's always this, I don't know if I want to define it that way. I'm sorry. You have to call it what it is, or it's not going to get addressed. It's not going to be understood. And you're going to breed a generation of children, a brand new generation of children, who simply deny the existence of racism because they've lived their whole life committing it and not being told that's what that is. So, in a nutshell, we need to really look at this curriculum and revise it for the unfortunate harsh realities that our kids are experiencing today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I just didn't know if I'm allowed to go there. So I will give everyone a moment. Oh, hi. So my name is Jessica Liu. I live in Hidden Ridge, Syosset, 5 The Mills. Before I say anything, I would give everyone a moment just to take a look at this. So you're looking at a non-conclusive survey. The reason being is it's given a very extremely limited time framework, and it's extremely limited accessibility in terms of the poll and the people who can participate. So this is just came up. It was actually conducted by a few concerned parents, and it was just spread online. Everything is anonymous. It is not public. We're not discussing anything. It's just individually registering their thought, and that's what they're looking at right now. And for those who don't have access to the copy, I'll just quickly read. The whole survey, I think, will last a little more than 24 hours. That's including the nighttime. And we have totally together 156 respondents. And among them, two questions were being asked. One, has any child in your household experienced any race-based hate incidents or microaggression at school? And there are, 50.6% of the answers are saying no, and there are 35.3% of the answers are saying yes. They've experienced verbal harassment, and 7.7% saying yes, they've experienced a physical assault. And the rest of them, roughly 20.5% saying yes, they've experienced a microaggression. The second chart is showing the distribution based on different schools. Just quickly reading through, AP Villas takes have 2 incidents, so that makes 2.5%. Bayless Elementary School have 9 among the answered, participant. That takes 11.1%. Berry Hill have 10 incidents, makes up 12.3%. South Grove Elementary have 3, takes 9.9. Village has 9, takes up 11.1. What Women have 5, takes 6.2. HPT have 17, makes up 21%. Southwood Middle School has 23. That takes about 28.4%. And in the high school level, there are 20 answered again, responses, takes 24.7%. I know I'm not allowed to poll anyone, but I ask everyone who heard these numbers, and respectfully all the trustees, what's the first thing came to your mind? Again, you don't have to answer me, right? It's not the answer session. I know when I saw this, I'm heartbroken. I understand my opinion is not important, but I'm here to address how I feel because I am a concerned parent. I chose the school almost 8 years ago. At the time, I didn't even have a kid. That's a school-age kid. I came here with the full faith and confidence in this school district, knowing what here can provide for my child. And when I see this, all I can think of is, wow, I don't know how much of this that your school district know. If you guys are not even aware of the numbers, that just shows what the previous gentleman said. The programs are great in name. You know, probably ways have to be reformed, method have to be changed, things has to be reconsidered, because obviously things are not really putting together. A lot of kids are hurt. The environment is not friendly enough for them to speak up.
Ms. Liu?
Yeah.
We appreciate your comments.
Sure.
4 minutes is up, but we'd be happy
Absolutely.
to have you come back.
Sure,
in the
and
second
I
round.
would love for you guys to think on those numbers and get back to me.
Thank you so much.
My name is Kevin McKenna. I am a longtime Syosset resident, and I'm also currently a candidate for supervisor in the town of Oyster Bay. I have been advocating for Syosset and town of Oyster Bay residents for 5 years, and I am here. I'm going to start off. Unfortunately, I have no other outlet other than to use this platform. I am calling for Dr. Rogers' immediate termination and/or resignation.
Mr. McKenna, we don't talk about specific staff or specific students. I went through this rule in the beginning. I'm happy to repeat it now.
All right, I already made my point. I'll go on. The reason that I'm going to give you the reasons for what I just said.
No, you cannot, because
You're going to deny my freedom of speech?
I'm going to tell you again the rules of this forum, and that is...
There's such a thing as a First Amendment right, and I will try to abide by what you're trying to convey.
Thank
so
you.
if you allow me to go on, I will try to abide by what you're trying to shut me down
Well,
on.
I'll help you in that if you're going to be talking about reasons or anything having to do with a specific staff member or student, then I'm going to have to shut you down again.
Well, let me just say that I sent in numerous emails to this Board of Education, the entire Board of Education, including they were addressed to the Superintendent Rogers. And I am totally appalled at the lack of transparency from the district, and I am totally appalled by the deceit by the district on the Syosset taxpayers. And let me, in a nutshell, tell you what happened. I think that you all deserve to know, and the public that's listening online as well as that's here, they deserve to know. I'm going to try to abide by what it is that you don't want me to. An individual that represents the Syosset School District sent an email to a fellow resident of mine.
McKenna, again, You are talking about a...
So you're preventing my freedom of speech.
I am preventing you from violating the rules of this...
You can't prevent my freedom of speech. It's a First Amendment U.S. Constitution right. You can't do that. Be careful what you say to me, Ms. Frankel, because I have a staff of attorneys. I have a staff of attorneys, and I have a First Amendment right.
That's enough.
And Dr. Rogers refuses to answer an email.
Sorry, you have to
Mr.
turn it down.
McKenna, that's
Dr.
it.
Rogers refuses to answer an email as to why the public information officer of the Syosset School District lied to the public. The public information officer lied to the public, and Dr. Rogers has refused to answer the emails.
Sir, you have to leave.
To the point, Dr. Rogers, that you sent me a letter
Sir, you have to leave.
accusing me of
Sir,
being
you have to
a
leave.
bully and harassing your public. You are a disgrace to the Syosset School District. Don't you touch
Sir,
me.
you have to leave.
Don't you touch me.
Sir, you have to leave.
You have to leave. You are trespassing.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So thank you for your patience. As I said in the beginning of the meeting, we have these rules for time management, we have these rules for the protection of our staff, and we have these rules for the protection of our students. And it is unfortunate that you had to witness that. But I speak on behalf of the entire board when I say that we have the utmost faith in Dr. Rogers. He has been, since I've known him, the most outstanding leader that I have ever witnessed. I have learned so much from being on the board, for him being here, and I don't know of another leader out there of schools and education that has the combination of empathy, experience, and intelligence that this gentleman has. And so we're very proud of him. It's unfortunate to hear comments like that, but we cannot speak and entertain specific comments about specific staff and specific students for their own. And so with that, if anyone else wants to speak, please do.
I agree with President Frankel. When Tracy and I ran for this board 8 years ago, we ran to get transparency back into Syosset. There was very little transparency back there. And now I consider Syosset to be one of the leaders in transparency. Dr. Rogers' ethics is the highest level of any person I know. He is, when you get to know him, someone you can completely trust. You know his judgment is good. He presents both sides of every argument. He analyzes, and he comes to a logical conclusion. Whenever something has to be, whenever we feel that there's even an issue of should we release some information or not, we always err on the side of releasing it. You see the emails. You see the Syosset Pride. You see our open meetings here. It's video. It's on video. You can watch from home. Trust me, please. Calls for, like you just heard, are completely outrageous. He has my I am completely confident in Dr. Rogers, and I hope you are too. Thanks.
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues, and as I mentioned earlier, I support Dr. Rogers 100%. We're very lucky to have him here as our superintendent. He is a person of the highest moral standard, and like Mr. Gershon said, I don't know if I've ever met anyone of a higher moral standard in my life. So, like I said, I support him 100%.
Cannot agree more. I think I'm sorry, Dr. Rogers, that it's hard to find words here, but I think the community at large and our school community for sure is well aware of the efforts and just the ethical standards and just all the massive amount of work. Honestly, I doubt you ever get to, you don't sleep. I think you work 24/7. So we're lucky to have you here, and all the children and students of this district are lucky to have you, and thank you for all your work and all your dedication and attention to detail, and I just can't agree more with everything we've heard. Thank you.
I have had the pleasure of working with Dr. Rogers since he came here as PTA president, as involved in all the committees, and I have never, ever seen a leader who approaches every situation with intelligence and thoughtfulness, and he truly cares about every person in this community and about every child. And we are incredibly lucky to have a dedicated, intelligent, thoughtful, kind, and caring superintendent who works tirelessly. The amount of hours and effort that in this year alone he has put in is extraordinary. And from the bottom of our hearts, I hope you know how appreciative and thankful I am and so many others are, and how lucky and grateful we feel that we have you as our superintendent. And anybody, I believe anybody who has truly had an opportunity to work with you or see you work would feel the same way, because it's impossible to see your responses and your behavior and not know how hardworking, dedicated, thoughtful, ethical, and kind and caring you are, and how much this community and especially the kids mean to you. So thank you.
Dr. Rogers, I want to personally apologize because you do not deserve to be treated this way. All that you have done for COVID, leading the team, not just Dr. Rogers, but how he inspires his entire team. My whole experience with Dr. Rogers has been nothing but the utmost professional. He's a very gentle man. He's a very caring man. It's an honor to even get to work with him and to know him. I really respect him from the bottom of my heart. I see his team. My background is auditing. I have never seen the school district deny any request. Again, I feel like our transparency, I've never seen anybody been denied anything that we've asked for. Anything that I've always asked for, I have gotten an explanation in full from not just Dr. Rogers, but the whole administrative team. So I'm proud to be on the board. I'm proud of this administration, and I want to thank them because this year was so difficult, and they went up and above. And thank you, Dr. Rogers.
Dr. Rogers, I'm sorry that you had to experience that, which was totally inappropriate. And I just wanted to share with the community that 4 years ago when I got onto the board, I remember Dr. Cohen said to me, Carol, remember, you are not going to get another superintendent like Dr. Rogers. Just remember that. And I have to say that Dr. Cohen is so right. Over the past 4 years, especially since COVID started last March, I've seen Dr. Rogers working 80 hours a week, if not more. Summer and weekends have become the new vocabularies for Dr. Rogers. There hasn't been a day that he had a break. And he sacrificed his vacation days just so that we can get through this together. And I'm so proud to say that, and we did. School had been open since last September. Even though the secondary schools are hybrid, but look at elementary schools and middle schools. We've been going to school every day. And if not for his leadership, I don't think we can get to this point at this time in the school year. And so I do want to appreciate everything that Dr. Rogers has done, including administration. Thank you.
I respect all of your time, and we are going to go back to audience, to the public, but it was important for me, and I know it was important for the board to express our appreciation for Dr. Rogers in light of what happened. So thank you for that, and the next person, please.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm Billy C, and I live in 26 Lock Drive, Woodbury. So I want to, I'm extremely sad when I hear the news last Friday, the incident that you just talked about. And I just want to share a story of my son. Actually, it happened last year as well, and I filed a DASA report at that time. It's an incident in the school bus where my son being called a corona, and he's only a fourth grade, and he's being called corona by first
Sir,
grade student. Yeah.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but if you could speak more generally about your concerns and not speak about a specific student, I appreciate that.
I'm reaching to it. So at that time, my son tried to get help from teacher, but after 2 days, I think he spoke to maybe 2 to 3 teachers, but he didn't get any help. So we sent an email to the principal. I'm not going to say who, and we are being ignored as well. So at the end, we filed a DASA report and sent it to Dr. Roger and the board. And finally, the principal took it seriously and interviewed my son and the people being involved. So this happened last year. So the incident has concluded already. So as the previous gentleman said, no hate or racist or any word regarding all the verbal or the word that child use is being addressed. So the school is just basically conclude as the kids didn't really know what they're saying, and it's not even using bullying, right? But I understand because that is from a first grade student. So at that time I'm not really going to try to do anything more. So that's why I'm extremely sad when I hear the news last Friday, because it's not from a first year grade student, it's from a group of students which is 10th grade who really know what they're doing and what they're thinking. So I really hope that the school district can have an open and transparent investigation to give justice to the family who are involved. And the second thing that I want to point out is, in order to prevent all these hate and racism incidents happen anymore, I know it's very hard to stop, but we just want to try to avoid it happen more and more. So I hope that the school can consider something in the curriculum. So this month is the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So I know that the school, you have curriculum in teaching about the civil rights movement in January when Martin Luther King, to remember Martin Luther King. So in a school district that we have almost 40% of Asian. So will the school curriculum include anything to teach about what's the contribution of Asian in this country? Because we are proud to call U.S. our home. So when I hear students say, go back to your country, Asian, it really makes me sad, because this is my home. So will the school teach the whole school district, all the students, what contribution have Asian done to this country?
Thank you for your comments.
I think it's important.
Thank you so much. And if you'd like to continue in the second round, please do come up again.
Well, I found them already.
Shawnee Park, Toot Court, Syosset. For what it's worth, Dr. Rogers, we love you. Don't go. And you are spoiling us by replying to all of our emails on Saturday, Sunday, any time of the week. So thank you for that. That's why we keep on writing to you. You can see that it's affecting us a lot. And I believe that we do have to go through this growing pain in order to improve. And I doubt that we will ever have the answer. I don't think we will have the perfect answer ever. But we can only try to improve, right? And I hope that we give each other benefit of the doubt and be patient as we work out the process of that improvement. I do have a few questions. I came with 5 questions, and after your lawyer talked, I have 7 questions now. And I hope by getting the answers to these questions that we will have better understanding of the process of the investigation, so we can partner with you, with the administration, to make this investigation successful. And here are the questions. Number 1 is, in order to help the administration to carry out a good and thorough investigation, what informations are pertinent when filling out the DASA form? Okay. And what kind of example can you give us that lead to a failed investigation? I'm asking because there were a lot of anecdotal stories of how people made reports, but they were swept under the rug. And obviously, we want everyone who reports to have satisfactory resolution. And I assume that they did not receive that satisfactory resolution because there was some sort of failure to come to any kind of conclusive conclusion. Second is, I understand that when children are filling out that DASA form, they are doing that alone, without any parent present and without any support system. It seems terrible to me to think that if my child experienced some, horrific incident at school and is shooken up, he is sit in a corner, in a room somewhere by himself filling out this form. And I don't want to imagine it, and I'm sure as a parent whose children had to go through, it will break their heart. So I want to know why that is the case. And 3, can we establish a way to keep the parents informed of the process of the investigation, even if you cannot give specific information, keeping the parents updated on we are interviewing this, we're still in the interviewing process, or we have finished the interviewing process, and such and such people will meet together. And so by keeping the parents updated on what is going on, they're not left in the dark thinking, oh, they're not going to do anything. And 4th, from the Mr. Lawyer's explanation, I gather the process of the DASA after it is reported, that first report is made, and then there is a DASA coordinators assigned. Is there one or more? And investigations are carried out, and how many people are involved in that investigation? And it sounded like from his explanation that lawyers, administration, and DASA coordinators will be discussing the course of action. And so who is those group of people making that decision? Oh. I'll come back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and member of all BOE. My name is Weiwei Liu. My son is Robert. He is attending to HBT for 7th grade. Tonight, I have 3 questions. The first one, the BOE member or Dr. Roger can give me an answer. Do you know how many Asian parents in SCSD? Or the question will be, do you know how many Asian kids, Asian American, in SCSD? Thank you.
You have 4 minutes to ask all your questions and comments, and when everyone has gotten through their questions, will give answers.
Okay. You don't need to answer me. I know. The second question is, how many Asian member in BOE? Could you raise your hand? None of you? Good. So I'm coming here. I checked the capacity. For the reason is social distance. There's very less people. I don't think it's necessary because a lot of Asian parents outside. It's necessary for BOE to explain and deal with important related education crisis. You know what I mean. That happened on May 6th. Rather than being a member of everyone, phrase of Dr. Rager, because I hearing every of you say how good the Dr. Rager. This is not our question. We are coming here. We know Dr. Rager. And here is 10:06 p.m. You have family, I have family, we have kids. We hope we can talk in most important things. Give us answer. Thank you.
Tanya Getz, 2A Pine Road, Syosset, and I have two children in the district, a senior at the high school and a 7th grader at Southwoods Middle School. My daughter, just before her high school orientation, had graffiti on the walls of the high school buildings with swastikas and other symbols. And we are seeing, there are other instances of that in the high school later, and there was an incident with my son in the 6th grade, which I wrote to the board about. But the thing is that what's happening in our country and in our community is mirroring what's going on in our society at large. Across the country, in school districts and in cities, we're seeing a rise in acts of intolerance, both in speech and in deed, and it is targeting groups, often it's anti-Semitic, anti-Asian, and other minority groups as well. So I see this as a community issue and not just a school issue, and so I really think that in addition to the board and the administration, the PTA has to take a firmer role in this. And I did send to the board, to Ms. Burgett and to Dr. Rogers, a bystander intervention training workshop that parents can take, educators, and there's also some for youth on how to stand up for others, because it does seem in our country right now the bystander is becoming ever more important. And these are offered and they're online, and I did provide the links to Ms. Burgett. I would also like to address something else that Dr. Rogers brought up, which was the issue of hiring, of having teachers in the classroom that reflect the diversity of the students. And this is an area, I'm a faculty member at CUNY, and I was very pleased to hear that at last the district is recruiting from CUNY, which has some very fine education schools, at Queens College, at City Tech. There are others. And our students reflect the diversity of the city, and they reflect the diversity of this community. And they are the equal of graduates coming out of the private schools. And I think the district has been behind in that, and I think it can really make headway in that area, significant headway, because the graduates are there. And so on that note, I'll come back and ask questions, but I know you have many more because I have a couple other questions. Thanks.
Well, first of all, thank you for, my name is Peter Chung Kim. I live at 145 Dono. I have 2 daughters here in the Syosset district. And, you know, as an Asian parent, you know, what's been happening for the last year plus has been very worrisome. And you see it on the news and you explain it to your children and you hope that it wouldn't happen in school. And the thing that really worries me is, with a school like this, that's 50% minority and 42% Asian, that when some incidents like this were happening, the community and the school district didn't play a little bit more proactive role to make the students understand that if there's anything that they should report it. I don't know if there was, but maybe I didn't hear it as much. And for anyone that's involved with that, for them to report it and take it a lot more serious. Incident like this that happens, you know, it's very traumatizing for the everyone around it. But what concerns me is, was this an isolated incident or was there something more? So what worries me is all the bullying. Me, as a parent of 2 daughters, I know my kids have faced bullying. I know friends that have faced bullying. I wonder if those things were stopped a little bit earlier, warned a little bit earlier, showed how serious these incidences are, that maybe it wouldn't get to the point what happened last week or more recently. So I'm really about, you know, we don't want to reprimand the kids because they are kids. And sometimes, you know, first graders, elementary students, middle school students, high school students, they go through these incidents and they have to learn. And they will continue to make mistakes. But what we're trying to do is catch this at an early point so that they understand that what they're doing is not right. And if there's any incidents of these bullying, to make the proactive approach to it, make sure that it doesn't expand and escalate into the point of it becoming, you know, where a police officer might have to get involved or maybe there's a lawsuit. You know, I think that's best for everyone involved. So I really wish, as a school community, and as us parents and as a community, that we would take a more of a proactive approach to how we would try to stop this before it gets to this point, and maybe have some more policies in there to report or educate about bullying, especially about racism, and making sure that they understand it's very transparent that if it comes to that point, that these are some of the consequences, and show the strength of it by not saying that we're very tough on racism, but actually act upon it and say, you know, this is what we're going to do. And we as parents, we want to see fairness. We want to see forgiveness. We also want to be transparent and follow, understand where the process is and how we could accept this, move forward, improve on this, and if we need to, help with the improvement process. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tian Qing. I am a working mom of 2 kids, both attending Syosset School District. Last Friday, I received an email from Superintendent Dr. Rogers. Like always, the email arrived on Friday, sharing exciting news on kids' achievements and summarizing progress the BOE has made. If not read carefully, I could have missed the incident that disturbed me and the Syosset community the whole weekend. After knowing the details of this incident from multiple sources, I feel angry and upset. When I started to communicate with other Asian parents, I found they share the same feeling as me. We wondered how the rest of the community thinks about this incident. From this email, do they feel the school district provides enough details for the community to understand what has happened? Do they think the school district takes this incident seriously? Do they think the school district should take specific actions immediately after the incident happened? Do they think the school district leadership should hold themselves accountable and take responsibility for this incident? With the help of other Asian parents, we together created a survey to find out those questions. Now, every BOE member has a handout showing the results of the survey. I'm going to challenge you to ask yourself, without looking at the survey results, what would your answer to those questions? The survey was sent out around Sunday around noontime. In the past 30 hours, we received 223 anonymous responses from the community I am involved and I can reach out to. Around 90% of the 223 responses strongly disagree that the superintendent communicated the incident details, its severity, and the action taken in his first email. The survey is still open and the number is still growing. In the last page, there is a QR code. You can scan and see the real-time response details. The last question is an open question. What do you want the superintendent to provide in his follow-up email regarding this incident? I used AI to summarize the active words, and you can clearly see the patterns here are Asian, hate, crime, more, detail, action taken. I know you are all busy. You may not have time to read through all the emails that parents sent. Therefore, we provided a survey to provide you different perspective from all your BOE members from the communities. I hope this anonymous survey can help BOE members to understand what the community thinks about the incident and what is their expectation on you as a leadership. And I hope BOE can provide satisfied answers to the public in the follow-up communication. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lucy Lu. I'm a teacher and a mom. My son is going to Southside High School in September. I appreciate Dr. Rogers' speech addressing how our school district creates the equity and the inclusive environment. However, I, as an Asian mom, I feel that our school district can do more to protect our children. What happened last week happened before. In March, one kid was verbally abused. During recess, some kids yelled at him, beat up all the Chinese kids because they brought COVID here, and Chinese kids should go back to their COVID country. This incident was reported to school district. However, no communication was sent to the community to gain awareness. The community had the right to be notified when such incidents happened that could potentially impact our kids. So we ask for transparency on this incident investigation. We understand lots of information cannot be shared due to the law and privacy protection, and we respect that. However, we request BOE to clearly communicate to the public what information can be shared. We request school district and BOE to communicate the investigation progress to the public in a frequent cadence. School district must communicate the consequences of the offense offenders to the public so that we know what school district means by zero tolerance. Clearly, this Asian hate incident is not the first incident happened in our school district, yet it goes worse during the pandemic. What action has the school district taken to fight Asian hate crimes? What can we do to prevent the similar incident from happening again? I challenge the school district leadership to create short-term and long-term plans to build a diverse and inclusive environment at the Syosset School District. The plan has to be actionable and details be communicated to the public as soon as possible. We also ask for documented processes to report such incidents. Many victims didn't report the incident because they feared they could get retaliation, or they feared they may not have enough evidence to prove the incident. For example, when the boy who was yelled at go back to your COVID country, the parents didn't report the incident because they were worried that their kids might get retaliation. If the reporting process had been documented, the student would be comfortable to speak up and file the incident following the process. I noticed Dr. Roger mentioned that your school district has an app, but we don't really heard the app before, and I believe school districts should promote the apps more and aware the community how to use the app. I challenge the school district to create a safe environment to empower students and teachers to report such incidents. I challenge the school district to provide guidance and devices to collect evidence rather than pour the evidence collection pressures on the victim. I challenge the school district to investigate the incident, even if it may not be directly reported from the victim, but from witness to truly show your support to the Asian American community. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yin Ru. I live in 32 Fieldstone Drive. Good evening. Thank you, first of all, for the board, BOE trustees, and Dr. Roger. Thank you for the great work you've done in such an extraordinary environment. My daughter looks forward to going back to school, meeting her teachers and friends in person. However, she was shocked by the recent physical attack on Asian student and the racial slur. And I appreciate the effort the school district has done since the incident occurred. My kid, her schedule added a code of conduct session today by school. So I also agree with Mrs. Burgett. This is a teaching opportunity. But I want to share some feedback regarding the efficiency of teaching and the potential enhancement we needed right now. So regarding the efficiency of teaching, I don't think it's satisfactory at this moment. If we recall, since 2017, the anti-Semitic incident, I haven't heard of another hate incident in our school since then. So it's which I believe is attributed to the timely, the hate incident targeting the Semitic group, and which I believe attributed to the timely and transparent handling. This is the efficiency what Asian parents expect. What our Asian students experience on campus are actually repeated teaching opportunities, repeated bully, microaggression, and even hate incidents like this. So people may wonder, why is one so effective and one is not? So I see two causes. One is I see the red line of anti-Asian hate incident is not clearly defined. So if we all know that yelling the racial slur plus a beat to the elderly Asian is a hate crime on Manhattan Street. However, the similar behavior on our Syosset campus is only biased incident. I'm concerned about what our students learn from such teaching. And the second is I see the consequence is not clearly communicated. So people all know that anti-Semitic graffiti equals permanent suspension. But if you check the list of consequences from our code of conduct, it's widely dispersed from oral warning to permanent suspension. It's like estimating the crashing location of a Chinese rocket debris from North Pole to South Pole. So you see our struggle. Based on these two observations, that's what I suggested as an immediate mitigation. First, we need to enhance the current training framework, create more specific metrics to evaluate and define the severity of hate incidents and link it to the corresponding consequences. And the second, we need to build up ongoing monitoring procedure to track the performance of our training programs, as people already mentioned in the superintendent report. At the end of the speech, I want to share a message from our local Asian community with the board. We see this incident more than a teaching opportunity. We see this as a watershed. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Guohua Hao. I have 2 kids attending the school district. This evening, before I came to this meeting, I had a short conversation with my daughter. She goes to Southwood Middle School. I asked her the following 2 questions. How to clearly define hate crime? Did your school ever teach you about what hate crime is? And her answers to both questions are no. This deeply surprised and disappointed me. I also encourage every parent here, ask your kids the same question at home. I want to ask Dr. Rogers and the BOE members why these most basic concepts are not included and taught in our school D&I program. I'm also shocked that our board couldn't recognize how much still needs to be done, and I urge the board to be more generous to give the district administrations more constructive criticisms in addition to the compliments. We don't want to hear only compliments. We also want to hear constructive criticisms. I also request the district to schedule follow-up public meetings to report the investigation progress and hear the voice of the communities. Thank you for your attention.
Good evening, Dr. Rogers, Syosset Board of Ed, and administrators. My name is Tim Lau, co-president of the Chinese American Association of Syosset. For those of you who don't know who we are, CAS is a community-based nonprofit organization focused on enriching and cross-educating the Syosset community about Chinese and American culture, which will lead to improved communications and a deeper multicultural understanding. I'm here tonight to show our support of Dr. Rogers and the administration with respect to the recent racial bias incident. I want to make it clear that CAS is no way participating in the ongoing investigation, nor is it our role to do so. What CAS will continue to do is to partner with the Syosset Central School District to educate people and fight racial bias and violence in our schools. We are working with the district to help provide educational resources that can be used going forward in incidents of bias in our schools. CAS understands and acknowledges that the district has a responsibility to protect the interests, privacy, and well-being of every student in its care, particularly regarding the DASA. In alignment with that responsibility, we strongly urge the district to conclude its investigation as quickly as possible, and if the findings cannot be disclosed by law, the district should then condemn in strong terms the types of actions that were alleged to have occurred. These actions will reassure the members of our communities that the district is committed to reinforcing our bonds as a Syosset family and protecting our children. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Guo, live in number 4 Alice Drive, long-term resident of Syosset. I'm also the secretary of UCODA, United Community Oriented Development Association. Our organization's mission is to protect disadvantaged minorities and anti-bullying. Over the past few days, I'm really thankful that brave mom posted his story on the Facebook. I'm imagining over and again what happened to myself. I'm an outgoing person, and if this happened to me and happened to my 2 young daughters, it is highly probable that my daughter may not tell me, and I may not, even after I know, I may not have the courage to tell the story to everyone. So for that reason, I want to thank this brave mom so much that she gave me the courage to speak up, even as me consider myself as an outgoing person. In case you forgot, in December 2017, the high school graffiti incident, 5 students are arrested by Nassau County Police Department and charged with criminal mischief, first-degree aggregated harassment. What happened over the past few days has no less damage than what happened in December 2017. For that reason, I urge not only the victim, but also the school district report incident to Nassau County Police Department to hold the person accountable to the full extent of the law. And thank you, everyone. That's my word.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Wei. I live on 24 Irving Drive, Woodbury. I have 2 children, one in 4th grade and one in 9th grade that are going to the Syosset school. Before going into what I prepared for tonight, I would like to address one of the comments made by one of the board members in regards to the risk of using social media, especially for incidents that are involving children. I totally agree with that risk, but I would like the board member to think about these questions. Rather than giving me a statement like that, not to use social media, I would ask, as a mother, with the incident that happened last week, as a mother, why would a mother risk her own child or her own family identity and to go on social media to seek for help rather than going to the school? What is in that mother's mind? So I would really want you guys to think about it. Is it because she doesn't trust the school will help her and act fairly? Or is it because she just couldn't find the support she needs from the school? I will stop there. In the interest of time, I'll go straight into my speech that I prepared for tonight. I'm extremely disappointed with the school district initial response to the race hate incident that happened in our middle school last week. And I'll tell you why. Three sentences were used on the initial message from the superintendent email addressing the incident. Yes, only 3 sentences. I counted it multiple times to make sure I got it right. My question to the board is, why only 3 sentences? Is the school trying to downplay the incident? Do they think that Asian community in Syosset is insignificant? Will the district try to shovel it into the rug again? I'll be honest, that is exactly what's going through my mind. Throughout my Mother's Day weekend, and many other Asian mothers' mind, I'm pretty sure, I wanted you to know that it's not that I don't want to trust the school district on your commitment to handle the situation. But how can I when there's only 3 sentences to begin with? Let me tell you, our Syosset Asian community is worth more than 3 sentences. I'll repeat that. Our Syosset Asian community is worth more than that 3 sentences. Now let me provide some constructive feedback for you. I wanted to see going forward an individual message to inform parents of any race hate or microaggression incidents that are happening within schools with high-level process steps that's going to take place. I want to see timeline. I want to see how you guys are following up with these incidents. I wanted to see final decision of the consequences. I don't need the detail. I just need to know what are the consequences that are taking place. Second of all, schools should also provide an intuitive avenue, such as survey link for students to anonymously report any race hate-related or microaggression incidents. Schools should use these metrics to improve the current process that we have, and also to report out these metrics publicly for parents to see on a periodic basis. Nothing is better to hear it from students themselves. Last but not the least, a hate act to one child is a hate act to all. Our Asian community will not settle nor give in until we see justice with this incident. Thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Rogers. Good evening, board. Just wanted to say I didn't intend to come here tonight. My name is James Lee. I have 4 kids in Syosset. I have a 5th grader, a 2nd grader, a preschooler who's not in the actual district yet, and a 2-year-old. So I was asked to come here by my wife to kind of represent and kind of give a little bit of a background on the mindset of the Asian community in Syosset right now. So my backstory: I was born and raised in Long Island. Probably the 2 kids that were Asian in Patrick Medford. I had to survive for my life. I'm not being dramatic at all. So I had a high school of, I think, 1,000 that graduated in '97, and I think my sister and myself were the only Asians. I did anything and everything I could to survive, to fit in, to be accepted, to be looked at the same way as everyone else. And so I did everything. I tried to say I wasn't even Korean. I stopped speaking Korean. I don't know if that was subconscious or anything. I joined the military, which I still am in. And I think that those protections I made for myself kind of shielded me, but I was dead wrong. And I think out of my 42 years of my life, I'm starting to realize that right now. There's this implying subconscious bias that's going on in this world that I think people are starting to see right now. I think a lot of people are being kind of given the green light by certain people in this society that it's okay to attack Asians now. You know, the China virus, the coronavirus, go ahead. Do what you got to do in broad daylight and attack people. So I was actually bullied. attacked by my close friends, siblings, called horrible things. But here I am in the middle of Long Island. I'm different. But now here I'm in Syosset, right? We're not different here. There's rooms and rooms in this building that are all Asian. I just want to let everyone know, if you didn't realize that right now, people are upset. So here I am, and I just want to be a voice for all those people that couldn't come, too shy to come, and just let everyone know that. So I'm idealist, and I'm very reasonable. I have full faith in the board and Dr. Rogers to do the right thing. I know there are limitations with the law. I know there are things that can be said and not be said. However, I'm also in the government, and I know that there's not this big machine that just does things. People actually have to take action. So here's my challenge to the board, to Dr. Rogers and everyone. Please take this as an opportunity to set Syosset apart. Lead the country to set an example and say this is not acceptable anywhere and everywhere. I still have more time, so I'm just going to fill it in. So again, thank you for your time, and I'll see you next month. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Charlie Shin. I live on 17 Edward Lane. I have two boys that are in Village Elementary. James said a lot of things that I wanted to say. I grew up in Long Island. I grew up with bullying. I grew up with racism. It was a very common thing. I've been called everything from a Chinese menu to things I hope that my boys never have to hear as they grow up in this school district. As you can tell, there's a lot of anger right now going on in the community. There's a very strong us versus them mentality right now. And I'm very surprised. I'm very surprised that 20 years after what I went through, my kids are dealing with something like this. The conversations that are happening inside our homes, at our dinner tables, are not pleasant. But honestly, I don't believe this desire for justice and to go out for blood is the way we should go. I think we've heard about cancel culture. We've heard about a lot of things to bring justice to injustices. But where do all these people go? These people that get canceled, these people that get punished. I don't honestly want, as strongly as I feel and as angry as I feel about what happened to the boy who was Korean, and thus the reason why I came out tonight, I don't think anything comes of punishing or punishing these children. I think, especially Asians, we have a very legalistic view of how to deal with situations, but I don't think anybody's afraid of punishment. Everybody thinks they can get away with what they get away with, and when they get punished and when they get caught, that's when they have to face the music. But I'm very realistic. I'm not very optimistic. I don't believe that things will change the way it needs to be changed. Thus, 20 years later, after my experience, we're still talking about this. But I still have hope. I have hope that the lessons that I'm teaching my children to protect themselves, to defend themselves, to conduct themselves in the coming years, they don't have to. It's really sad to have to talk about this, but I just hope that you guys do something. I'd like to mention this teacher by the name of Janie Elliott, Brown Eyes, Blue Eyes. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. I hope that you guys can incorporate something in the curriculum that goes beyond just teaching about what Asia is. I hope that you can incorporate things into our children's learning that will allow everybody to learn more about each other in a way that has more to do with just our history and our culture. I think things like International Night are great, but I don't think it really serves the needs of what our children need to be happy and healthy. I came because honestly, I was watching most of the conversations and the speeches online, and I saw the incident that happened, and it's very unfortunate. But it worried me, the amount of, and I understand why you guys were expressing your praise for Dr. Rogers, but at the same time, I hope that Dr. Rogers' self-esteem is stronger than that he is open to criticism, that you guys can hold each other accountable in the future. I hope you guys do what it takes, and you know, there's a lot of anger, but I just hope that this doesn't become a simple situation of just punishing and you know, just moving on. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim Wang. I live on 143 Berry Hill Road. Good evening. Obviously, the agenda for me to talk about this racial bias. I think what really concerns me, you know, I'm not making light of what happened recently, but what I want to know is what's going to happen. What's going to happen in the future? This is the first incident that I've heard of since I've moved here 2 years ago. But what I want to know, and I have a lot of questions on my mind, as well as I'm sure a lot of parents have on their minds. What will the protocol be, or the process? Should students fear retaliation from speaking up? What about threats? Should threats be reported? Will they be taken seriously? Today it's slurs and hitting, but will there be weapons used next time? Should there be a weapon check? These are the things that I worry about, and these are the things that I have to think about for my children that go here. I think about, should I start enrolling them in karate class so they can defend themselves? These are very real things that I think about. I worry that my kids are not going to a safe place. Not only is it about, you know, anti-Asian, but it's about bullying, and you could be any race. Bullying will always be there. But I think what needs to happen is that the kids need to feel that they can safely go report it, that there's an open door policy, that there's a dedicated place that they can go and tell the teacher or counselor, whoever it is, about the problem, and not fear any retaliation. What I also find really difficult is that when my children get yelled at being a COVID starter or go back to your country, is I need to remind them that they do belong in this country and they have every right to be here. I think we need to teach the people, the students here, that we all belong here. The only people who were really here are the Native Americans. None of us were really here. This is a melting pot. I need us to empower the students that go here. You know, whether you're Asian or Jewish or any minority, we all belong here. What I really want is real change here, and not the lip service that I've been hearing tonight, that we will not tolerate racism. I really want to see change, and not this happened 2017, this happened 2018, this will happen 2022, 2023. I want to see real change that's really going to happen from this. I understand that we cannot eradicate racism, but what we can have is transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to come up for the first round of audience to the public? Okay, if there's anyone that wants to come up a second time to finish what they were not able to finish, please come up.
I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. One is there was a discussion that was brought up earlier about it being a teachable moment, what's happened, and talk about the curriculum. And I know Dr. Rogers had discussed earlier meetings with Syosset students in the high school about opening up the English curriculum to more diverse voices. And alluded to a discussion of, we study civil rights, and though, is there another place for this? The history curriculum here, some of the classes could be linked with some of those opening up of the diverse texts. And there's a lot of interdisciplinary work that goes on at universities now. And perhaps there's more opportunity for interdisciplinary studies in high schools as well. I know you're more limited by state curriculum, but I think there are openings there for that, so that you're looking at a text across the curriculum. And I think this strengthens students' understanding and empathy of diverse voices. The other thing that is following up on a lot of the stats that have been talked about, alluded to, of trying to get stats. I wonder, Dr. Rogers, if there is data that you and your fellow superintendents share among yourselves about rising incidents in the last 5 or 6 years of acts of intolerance and racial incidences in the different school districts on Long Island. And if that information were shared among district superintendents, I think it could be very useful, because then there's a call that one can make on politicians and media broadcasters that are in some ways fomenting this kind of intolerance. So I wondered if there was any initiative about that across superintendents on Long Island. Thanks.
Okay, I wanted to follow up with that previous question. So that was the fourth question. I'm going to finish up that fourth question. So after all that report and investigation is done, then do all the parties get contacted with the result, or due to the privacy issue, only the offenders will get the report? And in the types of the consequences, one being, I forget the term that he used, exclusionary, which I'm suspecting is either suspension or expulsion. In that restorative justice, does that involve a human interaction of coming to the offended and apologizing? Do we teach that? Having the kids come, owning up their mistake and say, I'm sorry, to the child and to the parents. And both the parents of the offender, does that person also come to apologize? So that's my fourth question. And my fifth question is there a system of record keeping to see if the offender is a repeating offender, or is due to the privacy issue, is that hidden so that it becomes just a, is that dealt with as if it's a first offense every single time? Number 6, you made me more questions, by the way. What are the roles of lunch aides? Usually those are the only adults present in the field. And what are their training to deal with something like this? Whether they can intercept and prevent, or are they just observers? Number 7, is there a translator to support the parents throughout the process. I know that DASA has multiple languages, so they can fill that out, but during the process, is there a translator who's helping them? And lastly, when you're investigating claims involving bias, at what point do the police get involved? Is it the role of the parent to get the police involved, or is it the districts? So those are my questions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tian Qing. I just give you the survey. I want to ask you, what are you going to do with that survey results? And also, I wanted to ask you to pay attention to the last question. That's an open question. It has hundreds of results that are coming from the parents that are requesting the school district leadership to respond to their expectation on what information to be sent out in the follow-up emails. I hope the school district don't just send out email with the information you think that's important, but really include the information that can answer the parents' concerns and address their questions. Thank you. And also put enough details and actionable details, actionable plans there, not just putting, say, we think this is zero tolerance. This is not allowed, that kind of words that anyone can say towards any incident. But this is a very specific incident. I want the school district to actually say something that's really show that you want to take some actions, not just to say, hey, I am doing it, but what exactly the action you are taking, and to show that fully transparent to your community, to the public. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Lau. I'm my first round. I live at 359 Cold Spring. I have two children in the Syosset school system, one in 5th grade, Berry Hill, and another in 8th grade, Southwood, both virtual. This incident that we've been hearing through Mother's Day is very disturbing and disheartening. I would like to say any racial violence on any child is an attack on my child, and we will not take it lightly. Is the district aware of this group that is on Instagram, the BIPOC at Syosset, Black, Indigenous, Person of Color? Have you read all 44 posts from current students, former students, and teachers? I urge you all to read it. Please take the time to read. Frankly, for a district that promotes no place for hate, has a lot to work on. I would like to know, how will the district train the teachers and the personnel to recognize and condemn these attacks, be it verbal, physical, or microaggressions? And how will the district ensure a safe environment for the students to report it without judgment? Per the 2020 census, 62.6% are white American, 30.8% is Asian Americans. How will the school personnel, and particularly the school curriculum, reflect on that diversity? We are not here for entertaining, nor asking anyone to step down. We don't care for optics. What we do want is accountability. Going forward, how will the district protect our children of color and take these racial instances seriously? Thank you.
Mitchell Lieberman, Woodbury, New York,
First, I want to thank the entire Board of Education, everybody that's up there tonight, all the trustees, and Dr. Rogers for, I know it's a little bit past 11, so I'll make it quick. I'm sure many of you are probably thinking about some warm beds and a comfortable pillow, and hopefully you get there soon. I was sitting and I was listening to this meeting, and I couldn't help but, really identify with what it's like to be an outsider. And I just want to kind of offer and hope that everybody can feel that for a moment, what it's like to be an outsider. Whether you're an outsider in a new job that you're beginning, whether you're an outsider in a new community that you're moving to. Or, in my case, I was an outsider in a place that we lived growing up. And, my skin color was different than the skin color around me. Later on, several years later, I moved to a place in Queens that was supposedly, a better community, safer, and I walked around with a yarmulke on my head. And I remember times when that yarmulke was tossed off my head, racial slurs, and burned. So I stand with anybody that's been a victim of racism. I stand with the people that are here tonight, the Asian community, and I stand with anybody that's been in those situations. And what I want to say is we talked a lot about empathy. We talked a lot about, I think taking the input of what's been here tonight. When you go back and you think about these things, and just think about what it is. Think about the moment in your life that you've been an outsider at any situation and what that feels like. And that's what we need to do. We need to focus on the feelings that are going around. And the victims are not just the people that were affected. The victims are the entire community of people that are now in fear. That's the real damage that's been done there. So to that extent, I just want to ask if there are any plans moving forward. I know we have psychologists, and I know this has been probably one of the most trying years, if you can even find psychologists. But I know there are psychologists assigned to the schools. But I also understand there are X amount of social workers per school. Has there been any thought to possibly, maybe for the fall or as soon as possible, changing the number of social workers, or both, changing the number of social workers and increasing the number of psychologists that are available? Because I really believe that the pandemic, on top of everything that's going on, has been a very troubling times. And the last thing I just want to comment on, and I know it's nobody's fault here, but I walked in tonight, and I was probably about 7:40. It was maybe 2 or 3 minutes early, or maybe a minute late. I don't recall. But I was put in the called waiting room. There was a large community of people in that waiting room, and I know there are protocols, and I know probably due to COVID, the board probably thought about these things months in advance. It's probably too late in the night to matter right now, but maybe in the future consider some provisions to that for certain situations, because my fear is that some people that were in the room may have felt that they were being isolated from a situation that they wanted to be physically here and not just sitting in front of those screens. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there anyone else for audience of the public before we start to provide responses? Going once? Twice? Okay. Thank you so much. I know that there were a lot of process questions, and Dr. Rogers and I have both written down as much as possible the questions that have been asked. Jessica Liu had said something that struck me when she came up, and she said, I know my opinion doesn't matter, but I have these questions. And Jessica, I can assure you that your opinion matters very much. not only to the people who know you, but the people who don't, and your opinion matters to us. And you asked a question about the survey you gave us, and I know we don't allow polling of the board, but I can offer you my answer to how I feel about the numbers that you have here. And without looking at any of the specifics, I can say that anything over 0 makes me sad. That's the goal, right? And it's a lofty goal, but it's a goal to get us to 0. And we feel the weight of that responsibility. And we hold ourselves accountable for the decisions that we make and the efforts that we plan to make in order to reach that goal of 0. So I can assure you that that we'll take all of the comments, all of the criticisms, and certainly take them to heart as we look at the good work that we've done and the work that still needs to continue. It's why we have the committee. It's why we have our future action plans that were discussed today. It's why when we get new members, they will be such an important part of the committee because they can offer more insight. And that work is going to continue. And Mr. Chin, Charlie Chin, said that he has hope, and I share that hope. I wouldn't be able to sit here and do the work that I do without that hope for a better future, not only for our district, but outside of our community as well. And so with that, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Obviously an emotional night for everyone. Obviously a lot to work on. To Ms. Frankel's point, we are listening. That is the purpose of this time together. We're listening deeply. We absolutely have to get this right. And I don't say that as lip service. I say that because I know it's true. I'll frame out some large ideas, and then I'll respond to some of the questions. And this does parallel in some ways the events in 2017. And I'll draw some parallels and I'll draw some distinctions. So in 2017, there was an investigation phase, but then there was also an aftermath phase. And I want to go back to the word watershed, and it will take me time to find it in my notes. So forgive me for not attributing, but 2017 was a watershed moment. This is also a watershed moment. I hope we don't have more watershed moments, but progress is made through these watershed moments. So in 2017, there was the investigation, but there were also a number of things that the school district did in the aftermath. New partnerships that were formed, groups that were engaged, ideas that were shared, different things that were tried, new processes internally that were developed that came out of that work. And I see this as being similar in that way, that it illustrates we're not perfect, and no one is claiming that we are, least of all me. We have room to improve. Your feedback helps us improve, and we're committed to that improvement. So we have already started, and Mr. Lau talked about the work that Cass has been doing to support us, putting into place some things that we'll be ready to announce, not quite yet, but work that we're going to do that's going to be part of that aftermath phase when we finish the investigation phase. A lot of people have talked about what you want to see communication-wise out of the investigation phase. And some people have said they understand the privacy requirements. Other people have said that they won't feel like we've been accountable unless you know the details of consequences. And that's a broad continuum. But the law is going to control where we fall on that continuum. And we're not going to break the law. But we are going to try to communicate in a way that lets people know that we have done our job and we have done it well and appropriately. There have been questions raised tonight about what the consequences could be or should be. Some people have said these are children. They need to learn from these mistakes. Punishment isn't a deterrent. We don't want them to be outsiders in society. We want them to learn from these mistakes as children make mistakes. Other people have said, you've used exclusion, you've suspended in the past, you should suspend now. I understand all of those things. I'll draw one more parallel to 2017. It was mentioned that in December of 2017, the police made an announcement. But that incident did not occur in December. That incident occurred in August. And there were 4 months of board meetings in this room where people came and stood at that podium and accused us of sweeping it under the rug, of waiting for it to blow over, of not caring because it was an anti-Semitic incident. And in the end, in December, the public learned that we had never given up. But it took 4 months. This will not take 4 months. That's not the distinction I'm drawing. The point I'm making is the same spirit that animated us in 2017 lives in us today. This is serious. We try to do the best work we can. We try to do it in a way that is responsible, that complies with the law, that is aware of the ages of the people that we're dealing with, and that repairs the harm as much as we can. That's what we're trying to do. So a lot of specific questions. I know the board is going to talk about returning to school, so I'm not going to address those comments. There were a lot of comments about how we do training for kids and whether it is specific enough and direct enough. And I want to go back and have that conversation with all of our building principals again through the lens of this incident to talk about what we do. I don't agree that we avoid it in elementary school. We do teach a unit on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. That unit is taught differently in different schools because they have choice in how they approach it. In some schools, that is taught through the lens of the Vietnam War. In other schools, that is taught through the lens of the Holocaust. It is impossible to avoid the terms racism and hate when describing those two events, so it's clearly addressed. It may not be called an anti-bullying program, but it is certainly something that is addressed in an elementary school. But I take the point that we can be more explicit, we can be more repeated, we have to be age appropriate, but we also have to have kids understand what is and what is never acceptable. And I want to have that conversation with the principals, with my cabinet members, so that we get that right. But that's something that we will revisit. And that's entirely consistent with what we've been trying to do with the curriculum already as part of the Diversity and Inclusivity Task Force. So I see that as being absolutely part and parcel of that. There were some specific incidents that folks raised. I know Ms. Frankel tried to keep us focused on generalities, but if someone has a concern about an incident, please raise it to myself, to Mr. Cardillo. Mr. Cardillo supervises the principals directly. We'll follow up on it, and we'll follow through with you. There are a lot of questions about DASA, and Dr. Park, I'll try and go through your questions. So a DASA form doesn't have to be thorough or not thorough. It is just a document that starts a process. Sometimes older kids will fill out the form themselves. Sometimes a guidance counselor will fill it out with them, or a building principal or a school psychologist will fill it out with them, or the person who is the designated DASA coordinator. There have been times when we have talked to parents and said, we think you should fill out a DASA form, and the parents have said, no, I don't want to, and we'll fill it out anyway and keep it on file because we want to make a record. So there are lots of ways to do it, but the important thing is that what is or is not in a DASA form will not compromise an investigation. The investigation is done by people, not looking at paper, but talking to other people. And that's where we get the information. You used the term failed investigation. Because of the privacy laws that Mr. Gross described earlier, we can't, and this is one of your questions, tell a victim what the consequences were for the aggressor. It's their right to privacy prevents us from doing that. Sometimes those consequences are apparent because the student is not. But we're not allowed to talk about what occasioned that. It's prevented by law. So it may be that our investigation did result in a consequence, and maybe even a severe consequence, but the victim may never know that. How can we keep parents informed of the progress of our investigation? I've been giving this an incredible amount of thought over the last 4 days. I don't believe our first communication was our best, and I own that, and I take responsibility for that. The fine line that I am trying to walk is to be transparent by saying that something happened because the community deserves to know, without saying anything that will compromise the investigation. Because let's say, for example, I said the bad person was wearing a blue hat, and if that was in my statement, then any student who came forward and said, I saw somebody with a blue hat do something, I wouldn't know whether to trust what they told us, because they might just be repeating what I said. So that's why we're careful about what we described, because we still had so many interviews left to do, and I wanted to make sure that we would be able to rely on the information we got from those interviews, because no one would be able to say they were just repeating what they heard the superintendent say. But that led to a sense that we were not being specific, that we were not being candid. That's certainly not the impression I wanted to leave the community. And so, apart from this incident, we have work to do, and I want to do that work with the Community Outreach Subcommittee so that I get community feedback as well. I know what our lawyers will do. Every word that I've read tonight has gone through the lawyers first. Every statement that has gone out from the district has gone through the lawyers first to make sure that we comply with our obligations under the law. But apart from this incident, it would be great to develop with members of the community a way of communicating about things that we know will not get the district in trouble and give the community confidence that we're doing what you would expect us to do. How many people are involved in a DASA investigation? Every investigation is different because of what is alleged, how many kids might be involved. Sometimes it's just 2 kids. Sometimes it's a lot of kids. Sometimes the first conversation with a child yields some information, and the second conversation yields more information, and then a third conversation yields more information. So we do go back, especially with younger children, again and again to try and get more detail. That takes time. It takes more people, especially when more people are involved. And as we progress through the investigation, we do share our findings with our attorneys, and we seek direction from them as to what the appropriate next step would be. And that's important because we want to get it right, but we also have an obligation to the internal processes of the district to make sure that we don't make a mistake. And so there is no one-size-fits-all answer to that, which is why we need people with expertise. And Mr. Gross is not a former district attorney, but on his staff he has several former assistant district attorneys who do exactly this work, and they are the ones that we consult directly. To the point about this being not just a school district issue, but a community issue, I think it's a series of concentric circles. The school, the community, the country, and there's work to do at all of those levels. And I'm horrified by the increase in hate speech and actions and prevalence of groups in the country and completely unprovoked attacks that make no sense and are scary, and scarier still to people who identify with the victims. And we have a lot of work to do. What we can control is our community and our school. So I'm committed to being part of that work here. I know the board is certainly committed to being part of that work here. And I don't have the answers for how to do that well. That's why we're going to have to work together. There were questions about whether we're taking this seriously. I hope by illustrating how much thought has gone into the work we've done so far that it's apparent we take this very seriously. Again, questions about consequences, short-term plans, long-term plans. I'll just revisit what I said before. We have been working with partner organizations. We are doing short-term things immediately in the buildings. I asked Mr. Cardillo, who, as I said, supervises all the principals. He brought them all together first thing this morning. They're talking about two things: making sure that everyone is completely brushed up on how to do investigations well, hoping that this will never occur again, but wanting to make sure that we're ready to go if it does, and asking them to think about how they want to communicate about this in our buildings. Do we want to support our students? We do. We have been adding over the years, since 2018, additional mental health support staff, additional social workers, psychologists, behavioral specialists, and we have in the budget for this fall an additional social worker, because we too see students coming out of the pandemic needing support, but also needing support because of what we're going through as a society. The Say Something app, all of the students who are in secondary schools, that means the 2 middle schools and the high school, have to go through one training on how to use the anonymous Say Something app. So maybe we need to send them through the training multiple times a year, or maybe we need to have QR codes on the wall to remind them. But the purpose of creating that anonymous reporting app was so that there was a way for people to let us know without the fear of retaliation. The board has an anti-retaliation policy. Now, I realize those are words on paper, but if we discover that a student has retaliated against another student, that's a very serious offense, and we take it very seriously. The point was made about evidence collection being the responsibility of the victim. Reporting to us is the responsibility of the victim, and we want to investigate what's reported to us. And we do the investigation, we try to develop the evidence. But if it doesn't feel that way, we need to know. So Mr. Lee said something that I circled and highlighted and put a star next to. He said we could set an example for the country. I like that idea. And to Ms. Frankel's point, I like the idea of trying to have zero. I like the idea of doing something that we can all be proud of, and that is an example for how to do really difficult work. Ms. Getz, your point about interdisciplinary coursework is right on time. The high school is working and will launch this fall an elective course that is an interdisciplinary course between social studies and English that is studying Long Island's history with an emphasis on the pressures that have led to Long Island's high degree of segregation. So that's going to be a challenging class, obviously. It's going to be an elective, so it'll be students who are interested in learning about that. But it is a deep dive into our own history in this region. Is there data that is shared? There is data that is collected by the state. We all have access to that data. Superintendents are sharing anecdotal information with each other. When any one of us goes through an incident like this, we all have colleagues on speed dial who we trust to try and get more perspective, ideas, what has worked in other places, how do we do this well. This is not easy work. No one of us has the answers. We try to support one another. There are some veterans who are extraordinary. Mr. Cardillo is one of those veterans who is extraordinary, and we're fortunate to have him here. I benefit from his experience. Ms. Park, Dr. Park, the rest of your questions. Mr. Gross talked about the continuum of responses that you have in terms of consequences. What is restorative justice? That was your question. Restorative justice is in many ways more challenging than exclusionary discipline. As exclusionary discipline says that when the discipline is over, the event is over. Restorative justice says you have to find a way to repair the harm. And often that means sitting with the people you've harmed and being accountable for those consequences. That is not easy, especially when the situation is so severe. But there are people who are trained to do this work. Our former Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Bavard, now works for a national organization that does exactly this work at a very high level. And I do think that there's more learning and more accountability in that process, but it takes more skill to do. Anyone can suspend a kid, but facilitating that kind of a conversation takes real skill. Do we have our own internal system of record keeping? Absolutely. Do the principals talk with one another? Absolutely. When students go from the elementary school to the middle school to the high school, there are handoff meetings so that administrators talk to one another. If students have disabilities, they have an IEP, there are conversations between the teachers as part of those handoff meetings. Yes, there are a lot of processes in place. What are the role of lunch aides? The lunch aides are trained. Dr. Curry, one of the assistant superintendents, was a former director of HR, built a new program of training for them, and it's anything from how to intervene to how to do the Heimlich maneuver. So there are a lot of things that our lunch aides can do, and we also, in the middle school, have teachers who help supervise lunch because they know the kids, they have a high degree of training and skill. But there are a lot of kids outside at the same time, and no one adult can be everywhere simultaneously. Is there a translator who is available? Anyone who needs translation will provide translation. So we have some translators, we have some people who are on staff who are bilingual, and so they serve roles as translators. But if there is a need to translate into a language where we don't have someone on staff with that skill, we use a service through Nassau BOCES to obtain a translator. And no one who wants translation services will be denied. And then your question about when the police get involved. And then the last point about training teachers. Before this incident occurred, the administration has been exploring different types of training resources around implicit bias and other kinds of training for staff. And that work was ongoing, but it takes on new urgency in the wake of what has happened. So we haven't settled on a tool yet, but we absolutely will have a tool, and that's something we're going to work on. And then the final point is just about curriculum generally. The point was made that this is Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and that's great. And a lot of I had asked, again before this happened, I had asked our buildings to report to us what are the kinds of events that you have planned for this month, in the same way that we asked in February, what are the kinds of events that you have planned for Black History Month in your school. At our last Diversity and Inclusivity Task Force meeting, we had a conversation about, while we want to celebrate these months and these milestones, by saying that Black history is most important during February, we just underscore that Black history is different history. And by saying we look at the contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to America in the month of May, says that it's not American history, it's special history, different history, other history. And this idea of othering, even though it is celebratory, what we need to do is incorporate that through the whole curriculum so that the curriculum is all history, including the contributions of Black Americans, including the contribution of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who are Americans. All of that should be, every month, found somewhere in the curriculum, and not something other or different or special or once a year. So that's my hope for where a lot of our curriculum writing work will go this summer. But this is a big organization, and turning this on a dime will not be easy, but we're going to work on this and continue to add. So I think I've addressed, at least thematically, all of the questions that have come. And we clearly have more work to do. We have an investigation to finish, and then we have an aftermath phase to plan and to do well. But we are committed to this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rogers. Thank you from members of the community who came to share your feelings, your comments, and your questions with us. On to discussion items. We have one item on here, and that's the CDC guidance on social distancing in the high school hybrid model. And we heard from 2 students today about a return to school. And I would just share that I thought Jesse Levitan's suggestion that we have more days like Commitment Day, once a week, doing what we did before, where the seniors come in and the rest of the school goes hybrid so that they can have these last weeks doing fun things and reuniting is something that I can really get behind. I was so pleased to see how happy and how great that the planning was, and how much the students enjoyed it. And I appreciate the recognition that it is difficult, and many people have concerns about a full return of the entire school, days after we get out of the red zone. But that suggestion by Jesse, I think, is something that is very doable for the district. And so for me, that's where I'd like to see us heading in terms of planning. And my concern, of course, for bringing everybody in is we do have these moments planned, these celebratory moments, these moments we'd like the kids to reunite. And because the quarantine rules have not changed, my fear is that the big moments that these students want to share may be missed because they may be quarantining, and I don't want to see that happen. I want everyone to, have the special moments and the special memories. And, I've heard from parents who, on both sides, but certainly heard from parents who say, we have a few weeks left, we've been doing so well, there's so much planning to do for the fall. How about we, stay as is, keep everyone safe, and plan for a full reopening? I think there's something to be said for that. And in particular, the other night, I heard many community members talk about the mental health aspects, in particular the anxiety that kids need to prepare for in returning to a full school with full hallways and full classrooms, with less social distancing, and that there needs to be planning on the district side, and there needs to be time for the kids to adjust to that massive change from what they've had for the last year and a half. And so I agree with that concept, that we should be giving them time and not 5 days out of a red zone to say now we're just all in. And so I hope that we can rally around Jesse's idea of having one, a once a week reuniting of the students in the senior class, and get them these special moments that they do deserve.
Thank you, Tracy, for those comments. And you took the words right out of my mouth. I, too, agree that we shouldn't rush to bring everybody back right now, even notwithstanding the fact that we just came out of the red zone. Anna, I'm sure you're very proud of your son, and I actually thought he spoke really well. And I, too, am in favor of bringing the seniors back, if not every day, I would say, once a week, every other week. Give them a couple more opportunities to come back and have their moments in their final year of high school. I think we should, one of the reasons I think we should be extra careful is, if I'm not mistaken, we have Memorial Day weekend coming up in just about 2 weeks' time, and I think we're going to have, Dr. Rogers, is the school going to be closed on Thursday and Friday of Memorial Day weekend? Yeah, so that's 5 days. Now, in the past year, when we've had school vacations and people were out for a while, they traveled and COVID cases rose. I think it's going to happen again. I don't blame people for traveling, for seeing family, for going places, but we're going to see higher numbers in the days after the Memorial Day break. And we've worked so hard to get where we are. I think we should be more conservative at this point, with the goal of having everybody back here in the fall, get things back to normal. Let's keep on track and see what we can do for our senior class.
Okay, so I know it's late, so I'll be short and sweet. So, obviously, we've been talking about it for 2 months now, and, we're finally out of the red zone, and I'm not going to be repeating all the facts, and obviously all the data and science are pointing in the right direction, and clearly, for our seniors, this is it, and they don't have September to come back to. So, and with the, what do we have, 4 weeks, 5 weeks really left, I would absolutely start, this Friday if we can pull it off. I have full faith in our administration staff at the high school and teachers. I know they could do it. So if we could give our seniors that, that would be fantastic, because I think they still, live off of that, the emotions of May 3rd. As far as the other 3 grades, I agree with Tracy that it might be in the middle of fourth quarter a little too drastic, too massive of a change, and of course we'll have to deal with a lot more numbers in the building, kids in the building. So perhaps we could give them a moment of reuniting the cohorts and see their friends they haven't seen in a while. How many? That is up to, the team to assess the logistical, challenges of making that happen. But I definitely think that the vaccine available to 16 and older, that would definitely help us mitigate the potential, quarantine. And Dr. Rogers, could you elaborate on the quarantine for the vaccinated? Where the rule stands as of now, as far as, quarantining for vaccinated, close contacts for contact tracing purposes, all that.
Yep. So the close contact rules that would cause someone to have to quarantine, if you're fully vaccinated and you come into close contact with a COVID positive person, you do not have to quarantine. So to be fully vaccinated, you have to have 2 doses and then 2 weeks after the second dose. In addition, if you have had a positive COVID test, the laboratory confirmed COVID, within the last 90 days, you don't have to quarantine. Now, we have had some people that were 80 days past, and when we talked to the Department of Health, they did say to us, have them quarantine just in case. But if you're within 60 days, for sure, we would not quarantine.
So it's late. I'm not going to talk long. I love the idea of bringing the seniors back so that they can have more days together enjoy some time before they all go off. And I love Anna's suggestion of bringing the other grades back for some special days. That'd be fantastic. I don't know how logistically possible it is given the short time frame, but if each grade could have a day where they could all safely come back and, you know, be together before summer, that would be fantastic. If it's not an enormous logistical challenge that's just insurmountable. But definitely for the seniors, Jesse's idea was great, and it would be fantastic to bring them back.
I agree with Anna and Rob and Tracy and Susan. I just want to share my daughter's stories from last year. She had said to me, Dad, I didn't know it was our last day of class. And I said, no, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. And then as time went on, I realized how wrong I was because it really affected her, where she was like, well, I never got to see these people. I might never see my friends again. And she said, you know what, her dress is still hanging, still now, in her room from the prom that she didn't go to. So you forget how all these milestones and kind of coming of age stay with you for the rest of your life. And it's easy to say, oh, don't worry, it's no big deal. But now I feel horrible for her. And she still hasn't taken down the dress. So I know there's statistics, and we have graphs, and we have all this stuff. But at the end of the day, we're talking about kids. We're talking about their feelings and how they're going to feel for the rest of their life. So, of course, we want everyone to be safe, including the staff, teachers. But if we can get the students together, especially the seniors, to salvage the rest of the year, that I think is important. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, I agree with everyone that it's to bring the seniors back 1 day a week, and then possibly bring other grades back. At least give them a chance to get together as a grade, and also that I would hate to see some of the students not able to take the AP exam. From my understanding, 2 AP exams, they have to come in person to take it, and that's music theory and world language. And I do not want to see anyone being quarantined and not be able to come to school to take those 2 exams. And so, you know, we need to finish the school year strong by having the students to come to school and finish the school. This is a very particular year, so yeah, thank you.
You know, like Tom Rotolo, I had a son who graduated, well, he has a daughter, but I have a son who graduated last year, and, you know, they missed everything pretty much, and it was really disheartening to see. Couldn't be helped. You know, the graduation was the best the district could do at the time. You know, you walk up, get your diploma, and leave, and go home. No one there. No prom. No college day. No, he's got a yearbook with no signatures in it, and he didn't go to school the last 3.5 months. And the spring senior athletes missed their last season. So when I was at Starbucks the morning of the college shirt day, commitment day, I don't know what they call it. But anyway, I saw a lot of the seniors in there with their college shirts on, and they were so happy. And I felt great. I really did. I'm so happy for them. And I'm really heartened to see that there's going to be some events now for the seniors, like the prom and the graduation outside. And so I think that's just great. And so I really agree with everyone else. I really would love to see the seniors come back as much as possible, certain days or whatever we can work out, knowing that hopefully everyone will stay healthy and doesn't have to get quarantined and miss some of these events that, you know, that have been worked on so hard, but so diligently. But yeah, I'm really heartened by that, and I hope that we can make that happen.
One more thing. Just crossed my mind.
Yes, Anna.
I'm just thinking out loud. Dr. Rogers, would it be possible to give an option for fully vaccinated seniors to come back full time, or does it complicate things? Because I think there are still students that are perfectly content continuing virtually, finishing the year. There are students that are content with a hybrid model, and then they're the ones that look around, in the neighboring districts and that are, all back. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we're the only high school that is still hybrid. Is that true around us? No. Okay, so anyway, many, right? So I think, would that be an option, a viable option for, or is it too, complicated then?
I'm looking at Mr. Gross because that is a question that I would end up having to have them research for us. Right now, we're not permitted to ask a student's vaccination status, and I don't think that we would be permitted, and I would let him correct me if I'm wrong, to offer an educational opportunity to one class of student and deny it to another class of student. And distinguishing those classes of student by vaccination status would probably get us in trouble. And John, if I'm on the right track here.
The state of New York has preempted vaccination, so you're without power to require vaccination. That's controlled solely by the state of New York. That's really the absence of authority to do that.
I think our question was, even if someone had voluntarily become vaccinated, would we be able to offer them a different amount of time in the building as somebody who was not fully vaccinated, for example?
But acceptance of that voluntary act, I think, still would fall under the preemption issue. But there's a doctrine in the education law of like services.
Right.
You can't give one group of youngsters like services, particularly where you have no authority to make the decision based on the distinction, namely vaccination.
So for the benefit of people watching the stream, what Mr. Gross said is that there are two doctrines, one of preemption, which is the state controls things like vaccination, not the school district. And the second is that we have to provide like services to like students, and we would not be able to distinguish between two like students and offer them different services, particularly in the case of something that is preempted by the state that we can't control, like, for example, vaccination.
Okay, thank you. We will now begin A items. A1 is the approval of appointments, transfers, resignations, and retirements for certified and civil service staff. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Gershon, seconded by Mr. Feldman. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? A2 is the approval of coaching recommendations for spring 2021. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Falco. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? A3 is the approval of student club charters 2020-2021. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, Ms. Levitan. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? A4 is the appointment of an assistant summer school principal. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Chang. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? A5 is the approval of a memorandum of agreement with the CSEA. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Chang, seconded by Mr. Feldman. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B1 is the approval of recommendations from the Committees of Special Education. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Mr. Gershon. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B2 is the approval of recommendations from the Committees of Preschool Special Education. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Falco. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? B3 is the first reading of policies naming of facilities and gender-neutral bathrooms. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Chang, seconded by Mr. Rotolo. Are there any questions? Okay, these will be voted on at the June 14th, 2021 board meeting. The proposed policies will be posted on the district's website. B4 is the authorization of the NSSBA's proposed 2021-22 budget slate of officers and members of the executive committee. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Mr. Feldman. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C1 is the authorization of service contracts. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, seconded by Mr. Gershon. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C2 is the authorization of special education and nursing contracts. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo and Ms. Falkov, are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C3 is the award of bids. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, seconded by Ms. Levitan. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C4 is the authorization to enter into agreements for builders' risk and installation insurance. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Mr. Gershon. Are there any questions? Mr. Rotolo.
Dr. Rufo?
Yes, builder's risk insurance is a special insurance for when you're doing construction projects, certain construction projects. So Mr. Hamilton and I meet with NYSER and we go through the projects that we're going to do for the summer to see what projects might lend themselves to some more, having a little more insurance. One that we're looking particularly is doing some of the second floor HVAC projects, which might involve heavy machinery lifting things to the second floor. So there was some, so we wanted to understand that the construction process a little more and to review it with them. So that those are the types of projects that might cause us to purchase a little more insurance.
So with those projects, is it fair to say that they're a higher risk than normal construction?
Potentially, or a unique risk, like a heavy machinery, something like that. So I think, yes, to your point, a different risk.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C5 is the authorization to participate in a joint municipal cooperative bidding program. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Rotolo. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C6 is the authorization for change order for J.P. Daly & Sons, Inc. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, seconded by Ms. Levitan. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C7 and 8 can be taken together. They're the award of contracts for electrical construction. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Cheng, seconded by Mr. Gershon. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C9 is the authorization for deduct change order G01 Laser Industries, Inc. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, Ms. Falkov, are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C10 is the award of contract for H17 HVAC construction. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Feldman, seconded by Ms. Levitan. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C11 is the acceptance of a donation. May I have a motion, please? Ms. Falkov, seconded by Mr. Rotolo. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C12 is the disposal of broken, surplus, and or obsolete equipment and books. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Falkov. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? C13 is the award of contract for H16 HVAC construction. May I have a motion, please? Mr. Rotolo, seconded by Ms. Cheng. Are there any questions? All in favor? Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much to everyone who stayed. Motion to adjourn.